Hey, Ben. Okay, they didn't get to hear that because I was too busy coughing to switch on the audio. Oh boy. Hello, everybody. Jesus Christ anthem.
Ooh.
That's a lot of ooh.
So apparently if I hold down Control and press Enter and hold down Enter at the same time, it just spams the message.
Oh. Interesting.
Oh, for Chatterino, I mean.
Okay. That explains a bit more. Alright, so last stream was me going for 9 hours straight through the FF14 patches that we've had the past
Dragoons suck!
year, more or less. And I'm still in an RPG mood, but I've already finished all the battle networks, and I don't want to go to Star Force yet. So I figured, why not go to 7?
Suck?
How can you be so wrong? Kids, I tell you. Also,
because I have taste.
To this day, I do not know what is with this pre-title screen card here. Because it's so different looking than everything else in the game.
Is Siren Song C the underwater one? Or is that Violet Tides?
Good question. Hey, quick play. Hope you're doing well tonight. Whatever that word means.
Squeen.
Squeen. I'm trying to remember because I remember I remember seeing something. Oh, I said squeen. Oh, shit.
I can't do any of the Stormblood dungeons other than Siren Song, Kyle.
Okay, so it does show up on stream. I remember seeing something years ago that this was actually meant to mean 7 in certain regards. Like it's 1, 2, 3. Oh, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe.
Good job.
Am I here just to make fun of one particularly English credit? Yes, I am, though it may have already gone past me. I don't know, actually, no, because there's Kitase. Nomura!
No, my average item level isn't high enough to do any Stormblood dungeons
Executive
except Siren
Produce? Oh, man, that's a bad Blue Fire FMV. Oh, man, Final Fantasy VII. I have not played the original version in about 2 years at this point since we finished the recording, at least with the gameplay of the LP. This is also a fun little fact. Not the first time I've streamed this game. Back in freshman year of college, I was experimenting around a bit with streaming. I think I did like some Pokemon Gen 2, Battle Network 6 post-game, and a single session of this. It's a weird little thing. And it's already throwing me off. You can't select a new game until continue loads in because it's checking your memory card. But also, I'm pressing X, it's doing nothing because for some reason the original 7 uses the Japanese default control format, so circle is confirmed instead. And now I'm going to be silent because I fucking love this game's intro theme.
Ew.
I'm in space. I fucking love that Tim Curry scene so much. Ow, my knees! Oh. Wait, if you're talking about my singing, unfortunately that is not in every version of the intro because it's not in the remake. With that said, the actual scene there is in the remake, and when I cried, when I played, I cried. Now, I feel like I should ask, because it feels a little loud in my ears, how good is the audio balance? Because this seems loud for me.
Do you have your own stream open? Because I'm pretty sure I heard an echo of yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, that almost sounds like it might need to be a bit louder. At least, this. Because then I can just lower it a bit on this. But the talking sounds like you're playing this inside your brain. Well, that can be fixed just by putting this down a little bit until it doesn't outright cross the red threshold. Like so. Alright, that might be fine. By the way, first off, I need to edit these controls, because as I was telling Anthem, you can thankfully edit the controls in this game, and I am thankful as I completely fuck it up. And actually, that's all I need to do. Cursor is good on that. ATB recommended's fine. Get up the speed, battle message, and field message a bit. FF7 Guitar Hero guitar. Yeah. Right,
Don't ask why.
actually, is there anything else I can do for equipment? No, that's all good. Yeah, we're good.
No, we're not.
Check the
Forgot
dead
something.
bodies, by the way, because they both have potions.
Forgot something, Kyle.
What?
I don't know.
Why are you like this?
I don't know. Why are you like this?
Because I grew up playing games like this.
You know what? I can't argue with that.
Because this was one of the earliest games I have memories of playing. By and large, I forget if 4 was my first Final Fantasy or 7 was. I lean towards it being 4, because 4 is my favorite. And I think even young me was smart enough to realize that IV came before VII in Roman numerals. But I played this from a very young age. I have several points in mind where I just got walled and couldn't figure out how to progress. Because this game is not kind to the playstyle young me had in RPGs, wherein I ran from every random encounter.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, what's your thing? Try and get as much onto one character as possible.
And we are playing as Cloud. Thankfully, this isn't Final Fantasy VI, where I have to change the casings of every character's name so they're not being screamed. Though there is 3 names I'm considering changing, period. One I always changed for a fact, though, because mistranslations. And this is Barrett. He's got a gun for a hand. He's a nice guy.
And it's not being said just because there's a gun for a hand. Or is it?
No, it's not. Guy's legitimately
Is it?
nice.
Or is he? You realize I'm just going to continue to be like this.
Oh, yes, I do.
Just making sure.
Ah, random encounters. I actually seldom get a random encounter in this particular area. I usually don't get one until the next room. Ow, a tentacle! I'm going to put you on ice. Yeah. God, I love this song. I know this is pretty normal for the Twitch channel at this point, and YouTube in general, really. But I'm going to gush to hell and back about this game's soundtrack. Because Final Fantasy VII has my favorite Final Fantasy soundtrack. Ah, so good. Ooh, you can tell we're in an important place because the music shifted.
Or you just ran away from the important place and the sound is compensating for that.
Why are you just being anxiety personified right now?
Yeah, that's me. Why?
Shit. I can't argue that.
Nobody said you could. Or that you were meant to. It was meant to be serious. Haha, smile.
Alright, so the game just starts a little bit vague on what we're doing here in this Mako reactor and who we even are. All you need to know is that we're here to blow shit up and take names, but not give out our own. Oh, I love the Mako reactor theme. It's so good! All we need to know otherwise is that apparently a group named Shinra is evil. And they're not wrong. Just that our methods are also kind of fucked up, as we'll see. I will say, for the first 3D game in the series, they definitely got the good character silhouettes down, because like every character's model is damn near unique, at least in terms of like notable characters. But the proportions are definitely a little bit odd, because everyone's got the Popeye syndrome going on. I don't give a shit myself, because I've been playing this game for so long, but if you want the super realistic stuff, the remake is right there. With that said, and I'll talk more about this as we go through, I feel the remake, or I guess part 1 of the remake more accurately, is more interesting to play if you've played the original. Alright, Barrett doesn't have any magic to start, but since he's got a gun arm, he's a long-range character, meaning he can technically do full damage from back row, but I see no reason to take him out of the front row. Because due to another mechanic in this game, you want people to get hit as much as possible. Although, actually, I should probably check everything just to be safe. Yeah, it's looking good. Yeah, everything's looking nice. My big fat nothing. Most of the enemies in this, honestly, first fifth of the game, more or less, but especially here early on, are gonna be weak, are gonna be machine types. So if you have a bolt spell, which Cloud does by default, use it.
Shocker.
With that said,
it wasn't intentional at first. I want to put that out there.
With that said, I don't recommend spamming that because the boss we're gonna be coming up against is also a machine, so you're gonna want to save it for that. I am not going to grind to level 99 here, Bun Bun. Although I have done some extreme grinding in early game before. Not for levels though, more for limit breaks. More on those when we first see one, because I've gone far super early.
Oh boy, an ether to restore my Mako points.
I can't tell if you're wrong in this case either, because it very well could be Mako points in this game. That's at ether.
An ether to restore my Mako points.
Wishing I had Barrett's gun arm right now.
I'm just repeating what Keys says. Forehead.
And this down here is our save points, which for years I could not tell what they were supposed to be. Because I thought they were question marks at first, then I thought they were supposed to symbolize the memory card themselves? But I think it's just supposed to be the letter C for checkpoint. At least that's what makes the most sense to me. I think that was even somewhat confirmed
Well, if
on
it
the
makes
wiki.
sense to you, then that means it's wrong. Nothing?
Nothing.
Damn. Wait, I know where that is. It's underground. I'm not gonna fall for that shit again. It's in a cave or underground or some shit.
My brain keeps expecting the music to sound like shit because for some reason I found myself listening to the original PC version of 7's soundtrack recently. Because 7 was released on the PlayStation 1 at first, but then it and Final Fantasy VIII both got versions on the PC in like 99 and 2000. And they had like graphical improvements, like the models were smoothed out, sometimes they added more facial features, but the music was shafted because instead of being proper CD quality stuff or using the PlayStation 1's sound chip, they used MIDIs. And in some cases they sounded alright. Other ones, oh boy.
That bad?
Yep.
Ew.
That said, I always found it weird back when that Final Fantasy IX never got a PC port. And apparently they were working on one, it just never came into fruition. Got a restore materia there, but we actually can't even equip that until we're given the materia system tutorial. So that's gonna be a bit still. We're here to set a bomb. This is friendly.
It's a friend bomb.
Now, this is the remake. You would actually get an option of what time you want to make for the bomb here, but it's set in stone in the original. And time for our first boss fight against the Guard Scorpion. Machine type, so it's weak to electricity. And I believe it starts off with using Search Scope once and then actively attacking that individual first for a bit. With that said, it's not going to be too hard considering between Bolt and probably getting your first limit breaks here. It's only really going to have time to do its main mechanic probably once.
Wow, you're allowing it to do a main mechanic? You're fucking throwing.
This isn't 14 yet. And Barrett filled his limit gauge, which means his next turn is accelerated. And he gets access to his limit breaks. Limit breaks are a sequel to a mechanic from Final Fantasy VI, Desperation attacks, but instead of happening at low HP, you just need to get damaged a certain amount of times and they show up. Big Shot does like 1 in 4/5 times normal damage, I think, or some shit like that. A lot of them are fractional damage like that. All you need to know is that you need to use them when you get them, and try and get to the final ones by the end of the game because they are super powerful.
They do ouch.
Oh shit, this
There's a
isn't
lot
good.
of it.
Speaking of ouch, attack while its tail's up, it's going to counterattack with its laser. I already put in attacks before it put its tail up. Oh shit. This is tail laser, this hurts.
This hurts. What are you looking for? What am I still looking for here?
Ow!
Two
Potion!
things in Summerford. Where the fuck are they?
Every Final Fantasy game past 4 has one of these bosses where they introduce the fact that it's an active time battle system. For the most part, they're all the same thing, just don't attack it during a certain phase, otherwise you'll get hit for big damage. Like, that's Welk in 6, that's the Mist Dragon in 4. I think it was the first boss in 5 where it put its wings in front of itself. And yeah, I think from here the boss loops. This fight was made spectacularly gorgeous in the PS4 remake. In that, the fight itself takes like 10 minutes.
Really?
On a first playthrough, if you don't know what you're doing, yeah. Because it's a big set piece. Because the weird thing about the 7 remake, but I understand why they want to do it, because it's Final Fantasy VII. It's probably their biggest cash cow outside of 14. The entire remake is just the first 5 to 6 hours of the PlayStation 1 game. So they expanded everything out to a ridiculous degree, and I'm very fond of how much they did it. 10 minutes to detonation, which is more than enough time. In fact, I can change onto the assault gun, even use some potions on Barret, because I don't think I've ever run out of time here. Also, yeah, the timer counts down not only when you're in the menu still, I believe it also counts down, yeah, when you're in battle.
I'm not sure if I'm a fan of games that do that. Like, there's a few that do and a lot that don't. I'm not sure whether I like it, to be honest.
Yeah, it can be a little bit annoying in certain cases. My biggest annoyance with in-game timers is when they clearly aren't using real-time measurements. Like, let a second be a second, come on.
Okay, I'm gonna head out, just chill and listen to some music.
Alrighty, have a good night, Anthem.
Yeah, later.
The escape, otherwise, though, isn't much to worry about, though there is one thing you need to be careful of, and it's surprisingly hard to see on a first playthrough. Jessie down here is stuck, and if we don't rescue her, well, you can't get out because she's needed to open one of the later doors. I think that's them trying to trap you with the timer, otherwise, but it's not a big problem, honestly. Honestly, I don't even think you need to worry about your MP too much here, because you just do enough damage as it is. Although certain enemies, namely these, oh, I should actually press select to bring up the info menu, so now I can actually see the name of enemies. Mono drives and a particular turret enemy, but I think that actually doesn't show up until a little bit later still. Thankfully, I don't even think every screen in the game, or in this area rather, has enemy encounters. I think it's this one, the previous one. After that, the first 2 or 3? I don't think, yeah, it's this one, and then I think we're free. It's the first area of a game. It's not going to give you much trouble. With that said, just make sure you master the turn-based combat and you should be fine. I don't know why, I'm expecting to see another NPC in here. Let's go! Oh, I need to talk to Jessie first, that's right. This will be the place they tell you, oh shit, go back 2 screens and get Jessie, because she's stuck. And they never really explain how she gets stuck other than the fact that her foot's apparently trapped in the grating. I'll give points to the remake, they actively show how she gets into that situation, and it's a little more explosive. In fact, this entire scenario is a bit more dramatic. Also, these are the enemies I'm thinking of first raise. They are here. Good, good. My memory's not failing me yet. No, I can't help but wonder. It's probably out there, given the Final Fantasy hacking community is relatively consistent, and as is the modders. There's probably a fan mod of this game out there that, like, halves the time you have here. And that's probably the most, like, interesting time limit you can give yourself there, because, like, we're out of the time limit now, and it didn't even take the full 5 minutes. Oh shit, she's trapped. Oh god, an FMV loaded up. Oh god, gigantic explosion. I never noticed you can see debris fall into this sector right here. I don't think I've ever seen that. Huh. That was a big explosion. And time to make another one. I do love how you can tell when the game switches from, like, the proper pre-rendered background to the FMV, because everything's a lot more grainy in the FMVs. Oh, that sound effect of the fire is a lot less pleasant than I remember it being, and I don't remember it being pleasant at all to start with. And our goal is to get to the Sector 8 train. Don't worry, we'll figure out everything that's going on soon enough. All you need to know is that we're a hired hand, and we just blew shit up, and the remake spends about 10 minutes here of you just walking through this section of, I think this is Sector 4? Sector 8? I forget if this is Sector 1 or Sector 8, actually. Shut up, Info Mapper. And you just need to feel like, yeah, you caused some damage, bro. Like, I don't think as a kid I ever noticed, like, this flipped over car, this one ran into that one, the fact that this bench is overturned. I didn't notice a lot about this as a kid, or even recently. Oh, we got a flower girl, but, yeah, you should get out of here, but, hey, listen, you don't see flowers around here often. It's only 1 gil. Sure, I'll buy one. This is the start to a side quests that spans almost the entire first disc of the game. Where by the end of it, you'll have a certain sort of date sequence, and it can be with one of 4 different characters. And to get more or less 3 of them, that lightning scared the shit out of me on my first playthrough, and sometimes it still gets me. I'm not sure who I'm going for yet. I might just go for my standard one, because I think she's the most interesting character to go with. Where are you reading that? Ah, fuck. Stop it with the lightning. Yeah. Ooh. Experience fodder. You don't need to fight these Shinra soldiers. You do, I think, 3 fights of 2 in a row. Maybe 1 fight of 3 in the middle there. But I like becoming stronger, so I must become stronger. Really calm music for everything that's happening, by the way. Thankfully, the battle theme picks that up, because I think this is just called Fighting. Really solid battle theme. Also, the first Final Fantasy battle theme not to have that classic startup, which I had help but wonder if they decided to do that because it was their jump to 3D and they wanted to have it be a bit more fresh, or they wanted to save that kind of motif for a more important moment, because that motif does show up in 1 song later on. Way later on. I'm talking disc 3 later on, even. Because being a PlayStation 1 disc, or a PlayStation 1 game, it is large and split into different discs. 3 total, which is 1 less than both of the sequels. But I think, honestly, 8 and 9 are a bit weirder with their disc lengths. Because for Final Fantasy VII, disc 1 is about 65% of the game. Disc 2 is maybe another 30, and then the last 5% is just disc 2. Disc 3, rather. Whereas with 8 and 9, they weren't, they seldom ever got to be like 25, 25, 25, 25. A closer thing would be maybe Final Fantasy 8 and 9's 4 discs being split 31% for 3 of them, and then the last one's whatever's left. Because in 8 and actually in the case of 7, 8, and 9, the final disc is more or less just maybe 1 or 2 more side quests and the final dungeon, alongside a shitload of FMVs. Because it was the PlayStation, they could do impressive visual stuff that has not aged the most gracefulest, but we have the remake now for a reason. Now, realistically speaking, that probably should have ended like Speed, the movie, but hey, I guess he ducked in time. Unlike Dennis Hopper. I think that was Dennis Hopper, wasn't it? Meanwhile, inside the train... I don't even know you. Why would you think I would do that? Let me in. Let me in. I let myself in, damn it. Now that had to be scary as shit to flip in like that if we're that close to a wall, by the way. So this is a single rail tunnel. Ah, shit, my pay. Yeah, at least thanks for the compliment. At least someone understands it. Yeah, thanks for cleaning off my face, but I really could have done that myself. When in doubt, jump to the screen. Oh, I love this song. And now that we're done with the super action-y intro, it's time for us to actually have a calm moment and learn more about the world. Or at least the starting environment, rather. You live in the train? I can think of a certain Final Fantasy VIII character that would be jealous. That's already in the papers? I would figure the papers need another couple of hours before that comes out. Unless we stayed overnight in that little cave between the explosion. But apparently, we're based somewhere in the slums. Also, yeah, there's that giant word they threw in there, terrorist. Yeah, that's kind of big. We did sort of just blow up an energy reactor. God, I love the casting of the 7 remake in general, even though I think some voices are weird to get rid, not to be used to. Like, I think Steve Burton was Cloud's voice actor from, like, Kingdom Hearts through whatever last game he was in before the remake. But casting the guy who played that one druggie that was, like, super, like, one of the comedy duo in Breaking Bad as Wedge was perfect. Nope, can't go in there yet. Gotta talk to Jesse, because this is a very particular hitbox, isn't it? Yeah, what do you have in mind? There we go. Take a look at what? Oh, maps of rails. Cool. Also, weird thing here. You can't exactly tell it because they only show off the tops of the heads. But Cloud and Jesse have entirely different models from this scene that are modeled from, like, the top of the head down to about the waist, I believe. I think Boundary Break showed that off pretty well, and they're incredibly detailed. This is Midgard. This is the city we're starting off the game in. It is made of 2 layers. A top plate above 50 meters above the ground, and which is supported by a whole structure beams all below. People live both above and below the plate. However, in both a very direct metaphor, the less well-off individuals live below those who are pretty well off. The below the plates are the slums, where crime is more rampant, poorer people live, and shit's just generally not in the best situation. Whereas people above generally have safe lives, but the big thing they have in common is they usually work for the city or the company that runs it, Shinra. Around the rim are 8 reactors, 1, 2, 3, all the way to 8. Those provide Midgard with electricity. We just blew one of those up. So we just took out an entire, fraction of the city's power supply. Which, kind of rude, but we have our reasons. I'll get to that. With that said, Midgard for some reason only has, at least in the PlayStation version, 1 or 2 train rails to begin with. And this one goes all the way from the train graveyard down. There's not another stop for the train here in this version, although I believe the remake added 2 or 3 more train stations, it's just that you don't use them actively. But the train's also a bit of a spy station, because it scans your IDs at certain key points to make sure no one's hopped on illegally or otherwise, or is someone Shinra's trying to track down. Big theme. Don't trust Shinra. I believe this line's a mistranslation. Because 7 is kind of rampant to that. I love this game, but its script is all over the place. It's together where it matters, but when it doesn't matter is when dialogue tends to fall apart. I believe Tim Rogers, formerly of Kotaku, did a really good video, a series of videos actually, on the first disc of this game. Where he compares the English script to the Japanese script and what lines probably actually should have been or meant, without ever stating that if I were the translator, I would have said this. It was just closer to be this or that. Really good series of videos. Honestly, Tim Rogers is one of Kotaku's best, and I was sad when he left. Seven is not my favorite Final Fantasy. Shut up, Impamapper. My favorite Final Fantasy is 4. My second favorite is 9. This is probably my third favorite. With that said, there's a weird paradox where, in terms of the hours invested per playthrough, 7 is probably the game I've played the most out of Final Fantasy, barring 14 at this point, because 18 days worth of playtime, which is what I'm close to now. Actually, no, over. I'm probably getting closer to 19 days of playtime, is a lot. Because I love Final Fantasy IV, but since I know that game so well, that game's over in 12 to 15 hours. 7 is about 30 to 40 hours long. So just in terms of the amount of time per playthrough, 7 I played more. And even though I love 9 more, it's a game I seldom play because I like to savor it. That said, this is also the start of the big push to sci-fi Final Fantasy made for a while. Because moving forward, they would kind of mix the Final Fantasy, the sci-fi and fantasy elements. This is definitely the more cyberpunk than most, but the only pure fantasy games we've gotten since in the Final Fantasy series are 9, which even then has a good amount of steampunk, which I expect from that at that point. 12, which even then still had some sci-fi elements, because Jesus Christ, some of the mechs in that game. And the recent trailer for 16. 14, actually 14 kind of goes between pure fantasy and sci-fi. Alright. We blew up one reactor, but we still can't let our guard down because Shinra could be watching anywhere. Now, there is one particular narrative element that is a bit weird with the game here, in that they sort of imply it here in the original game, but they outright show it in the remake, and I'll talk about that in a few minutes when it's more relevant. I don't blame you for not being able to get into 15. 15 had a lot of problems. By the looks, 16's definitely already looking to be a more refined game, because instead of trying to be Baby's action game where you just hold a button down to strike and maybe do other things, it's looking like 16's going for a Devil May Cry styled gameplay, and I like that a lot. No, what's it mean? If you knock out Midgar's powers, all signals and computers are going to be knocked out too? You don't say! Billions gills worth of damage. And a lot of innocents were killed. Not a huge fan of action RPGs most of the time. I don't blame you. Honestly, very few of them are ever great. Because even the ones I love, like Kingdom Hearts, have a lot of problems structurally. Oh, yes. Ah, I ain't your daddy. Kingdom Hearts takes a lot out of people. I like them as games. More accurately, I like Kingdom Hearts 2 onwards as games. But narratively, that series has had problems since the start. Yeah, everything went well, person that doesn't have a name yet. Oh, yes, I did. But I want to make sure I actually want to say that, because of the date mechanics I mentioned earlier, I'm actually going to move where the window is, barring the muting. I want to make sure I just have the right idea. But yes, I did fight with Barrett. Although, actually, on the note of the weird dating mechanics the game has, I actually already missed something with them. I believe if you talk to Jessie again after the railway explanation, she'll give you an option to be like, I'll make you a special ID next time. I think the options are like, thanks anyway, and looking forward to it. Looking forward to it takes 3 points away in the dating mechanics from this character. But yes, I did fight with him. This is Tifa. Not Tifa, Tifa. Although thankfully, in terms of name and pronunciations, compared to at least Titus/Titus or some of the other Final Fantasy characters, I have seldom seen any Tifas in my lifetime. I've mostly seen Tifas. I liked 3 in a couple of ways, less so in some others. Graphically, it was absolutely phenomenal. I loved the DLC more than the main game, though, which is not something I say often. Alright, so here's where we get into things. Tifa has date mechanics, as does Barrett. If you give the flower to Marlene, it's, I think, plus 5 points to Barrett. And to Tifa, I believe it's the same amount of points. Funny you should mention that. Tifa was actually one of my earliest video game crushes. Because 7 has this weird trend where its writing for the characters is honestly phenomenal. But they got flanderized, partially due to Kingdom Hearts, actually, into something they were not completely. For instance, Cloud nowadays is known for being that kind of emo guy. But that's not Cloud. That's Squall. And the reason for that is, in development for Kingdom Hearts 1 in particular, Vincent, a character we'll meet later on, was also supposed to be in Kingdom Hearts, but they cut him for time. I think that time and writing reasons. But they left Cloud in. So they kind of merged the two in terms of character, which is why he's so whatever in Kingdom Hearts. And that's also why he has the red cape in particular. Shut up, Impamapper. A crush is kind of like soda. In that they both give a joy to the heart, I guess. Oh boy, it's starting a meeting. Making the pinball machine, yes, the entrance to your super secret base is probably not the best design decision. Some criminal idiot dude could just be like, oh boy, I want to play some. Oh god, oh my god. How you doing, Tifa? Something to drink? Give me something hard. Preferably passion fruit vodka. Yeah, that was nothing. Yes, as my name was ex-soldier at the start of the game for a reason. Yeah, I'll get my pay. Then I'm out of here. Yeah, I'm fine. Isn't that the biggest mood of the century? Actually, does she say anything else? It's interesting to me how very little but a lot they changed the layout of this bar in the remake. Because, like, the jukebox is in the same place. I think that... No, the dartboard's not here. Pinball machine is there. You actually never get to go down there in the remake. The biggest change in the remake is I think they extended this counter out. And... Actually, no, I think it starts from, like, the midpoint of the area. When is Pokemon stream? Isn't that the question of the year? Maybe someday. Probably. Honestly, it could be next game. No, you're cool, Wedge. Sector 5 reactor's next. I do like how they jump around in numbers because only idiots would blow up the number 1 reactor, then go to the number 2. And Jesse is notably surprised that the explosion was as big as it was. Now, they kind of joke that she made a miscalculation, but the actual implication for story stuff is that Shinra had cameras all over the place and may have aided in that explosion themselves. Anyone from Soldier? None that I can think of. Did you see any other spiky-haired assholes around? Oh, Jesus! Hey, I ain't gonna. Shinra ain't worth my shit. I do like how Cloud has to get on his tiptoes, by the way, to see eye to eye to Barrett. Because I think Barrett is supposed to be like 6'3", and Cloud is like 5'7", 5'8". Not really. Well, someone's very standoffish. I love this animation. This is me to Anthem and Smash Brothers. How did I investigate the TV? That's not the TV I'm trying to investigate. I'm trying to talk to Tifa. Oh, I don't think I've ever talked to Wedge at this point. Holy shit. Ow. Oh, wait, can you come over here to talk to Biggs? I don't think I've ever tried that. Oh, God, no, I don't want to be Star Force stuck. Back up the mystical pinball table. You know what? I can't help but wonder now. Is there some Final Fantasy VII fanboy who's made an elevator in his house out of a pinball table? I want to see that. Look, I'm a mercenary. If you want me to join me, pay you. Pay me, rather. Yeah, if it's not clear at this point because they've said the planet is dying, Avalanche are eco-terrorists. We are here to blow shit up to cause less danger to the thing. Oh, Barrett is 6'5"? Oh, right. Wait. Oh, wait, I think it's a certain character whose name starts with S. That's 6'3". Either way, Cloud is not too tall. And that makes me wonder if that's why he spiked his hair up. What? How can you say that? I think that's another plus 5 points-ish to Tifa. Honestly, the data mechanics are a little bit weird because there's 4 characters, as I mentioned. I think... and there is a bias in the data mechanics. The character they want you to end up with starts with the most, with, I think, 50 points. Then I think Tifa starts at, like, 30... And I think Barrett starts at 0. The 4th character, I think, starts with 10. But the 4th character is the hardest to get up because they join you so relatively late that getting points for them is hard. It's easier, in fact, to get them points by subtracting points from the others. Remember what? Oh, a well. I think I remember. I don't know why I do this voice, because that's not Cloud in Machine Abridged. The weird implication due to the weirdly translated text here is that they're actively looking at the well, but they can't be because Cloud and Tifa are not from Midgard. They're from a town about almost as far away from here as you can get without going to a single island, now that I think about it, because they are on the edge of the other continent to the west. I almost always forget Cloud has a goddamn ponytail as a kid. That's adorable. I think they kept that in the remake. I actually can't remember. You seldom see young Cloud. In fact, most of the young Cloud scenes in the remake, from memory or in first person? Great Sephiroth, huh? Guy's gotta be pretty powerful. Yeah, probably be in the newspapers. That's a safe assumption. Alright, fine, I promise. Foreshadowing. Aww. Cloud, you're probably strong enough to help out around. Damn, not even using the pinball table. You could have just handed my pay to me. You had to throw it. 1,500 gil ain't bad, though. We need more money. So I guess we'll join the next mission after all. Just double the pay. Yeah, right. 2,000's fine, I guess. Oh, I love that song. I guess it's more of a jingle. Ugh, sleeping against the iron pipe? That can't be great for your neck. I need to see if I can find a high-quality version of this background, because I've always been curious as to what this says, but I can never make it out, because most of these pre-rendered backgrounds have, like, high-res versions of the image out there somewhere. If they aren't official, there's some, I believe, at least for 8 and 9, that are, like, machine learning up-resed, and those look fucking phenomenal. Sleep well? I think this is, despite the phrasing of the first one, I believe either of these answers give points to the person they respectively mention, and I think it is equal points, so it's like maybe +3, +3. But next to you, who won? Chief was joining in this time, though, and thank God, because 3 party members is good. It's the max you can have in this game at a time, at least. Don't know how to use materia? You wouldn't understand. The reason I'm saying this option in particular, if you explain it, you get a very long-winded tutorial about the materia system. I think it's almost 10 minutes long. It's ridiculous. Let's go over that ourselves. Materia system is how you use your spells in this game. If you check your equipment, be it your armor or your weapon, you'll find slots in it. And in there is our little magic orbs known as materia. For right now, we don't have too much. We just have... I'm actually going to take off ice. We have ice, restore, and fire. So it's just elemental damage. But we want to have this on because every weapon type, or rather every weapon and armor, has a growth for materia. Some have no growth, some have 1 time, some have twice, sometimes 3, or some, and by some I mean 2 weapons have triple materia growth even. As you might notice, it says AP just still up to my cursor. You get AP from enemies at the end of a battle, and the more you get, the higher level your materia gets, meaning you get even more stronger abilities and spells. With that said, you're always going to want to have restore materia on everyone, really. And I do want to head over here to the materia shop. Alright. I think I just want 1 restore materia, 2 lightnings, and that's it for now, I think. Because you should always have a restore materia on someone. Namely, everyone. And lightning is going to be good just because there's so many machine-type enemies around. Damn, kid! Holy shit! This is the weapon shop. I think they sell just the base weapons and iron bangles. That is the thing I want. I can only buy 1. then I will just buy one. Minor annoyance, you can't ever sell your starting weapons. Although a nether could be good to sell. Alright, now we can put ice on him, and now every inventory is accounted for, so everything will be gaining AP. Mind you, depending on how you play, you don't need to use magic too much. And what I mainly mean by that is, you can very easily just use lightning for this first portion of the game, and then not use anything but like a certain wind materia or otherwise moving forward. Now, there are two different types of treasure chests in this game, as this guy just said. The gold ones we saw earlier, bag-type ones, boxes like this, or even just materia and items placed around. The all materia there is something I actually want to put on immediately, and I want to pair that with restore. All materia are very useful. Their only ability is that for each level they have, so for instance this one has one level, you get that many multicasts of whatever it's paired to. So since it's paired to restore, I get one multicast use of restore, which is the cure magic. You can get a lot of those through the game, but I'm just gonna tell you outright, just always have it on. I completely forgot there was a soft reset in the game. Pressing select brings that up, though. What that also shows is not only directly where you are, but also where entrances and exits are. So yeah, I can just do that, and there we go. I think every one of the PlayStation Final Fantasies has this. I think 9 does. I forget if 8 does, though. Yeah, that's a massive jump ahead. Because I'll be real, I don't think we're going to be leaving Midgar until probably next session at the current rate. And these guys, what this area is essentially is the Hall of Novices, which is an outright tutorial text dump. Every Final Fantasy since I think 4 has had that somewhere in its starting town. And it's good and useful if you want it, but I don't need to use it. Get out of my way, kid. Eh. And now for an area I'm making sure I remember to enter because I seldom do. Oh, what's going on here? This is Johnny. He's leaving Sector 7 slums. He's a recurring gag character for the first third of the game or so. Although, they completely mistranslate something in the US version. Here in the US version, they heavily imply that, at least in dialogue directly with him, less so here, my brain is short-circuiting. They heavily imply that he knew Cloud and Tifa from the hometown. But he's not from Nibelheim. He's from Sector 7 here. And that's mostly implied because Johnny always calls Cloud childhood friend. That is less so him actually being that. In Japanese, it's more so he's calling him that mockingly because Johnny has a little bit of a thing for Tifa, which, you know what? I get it. Oh, I didn't talk to the NPC here earlier. There's usually an NPC like right here, I think. If you come talk to him on the way into 7th Heaven, which is the name of the bar on the first run, he'll be like, wow, check out the big, super not important key support beam for Sector 7. If something were to happen to this, the entire thing would go to shit. Oh, wow, these NPCs are actually here. That's a word that happens a couple times in this game. Yeah, Final Fantasy VII came out in 97, I should note, so uses of words like that was a bit more common and accepted. There's namely one other case, but I'm not showing that one off because I don't like to go that route anyway. Yeah, those soldiers are in the remake too, and I completely forgot they were even in the original. Oh, what the fuck did I just kill these two? Well, shit. Suddenly I'm awesome. You can head to the east from this screen, by the way, but there's no reason to right now because it's a dead end. In fact, eventually we'll be coming for left to this screen eventually from there, just due to plot events. Also, this scene's a little weird because Barrett starts talking when he's directly looking at the camera when he's supposed to be talking to the guy that... But he's talking to this guy, the guy who was just talking shit. Barrett, calm down. We don't want to get... We don't want to attract attention on our way to the second thing we're gonna blow up. Hey man, I take my work seriously. Still, they have activated the ID scanners on the train station, so our fake IDs that got us past certain checkpoints before won't work for this. So we just need to get as close to the area as we can, and then jump off the goddamn train. I won't want to think about the potential bone damage that could cause, let alone anything else. Oh shit, I meant to talk to Barrett. Oh well. Still, let's take a look at the railway monitor once again. Oh god. Ah shit, we've been spotted. This scenario is a bit weird in that we're gonna have to go from car to car in the train, but damn near every train has a little bonus thing you can do. In fact, just to be safe, I'm going to place a save state down here because I want to show all these off. And each time you clear a train station, a train car, you get a little item. So going back to talk to this guy gets you a Phoenix down. That restores you from KO. Each of the train cars, you have like 10 seconds in, by the way. High potion, that's some pretty good healing for early game. And this one's one of the most dickish ones. Because you think you're safe and good at first, but they're gonna start another check immediately. And what happens is this particular delinquent in front of us, we walk past him, and he thinks he's safe, and eventually he's supposed to be like, what's up? Shit, 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 shit. Oh, fuck, I fucked it up. I want to show this up because I know I'm doing it right. And plus, for the dating mechanic stuff, getting through the train without being caught, period, I believe gives you +5 to both Tifa and Barrett. Not to Jesse, Biggs, or Wedge, though, because they don't have character in the PlayStation 1 version. That wasn't added until the remake, and they made them amazing. In fact, I was kind of surprised with how interesting their characters were. Oh boy! I swear there was... Oh wait, is it this next car that does it? That's weird. That guy is supposed to try and take... The guy who was walking to the last car is supposed to, like, take some money from you and you can talk to him to get, like, double back or something like that. Odd. Oh well. I've had stranger bugs happen to me in this game, like weapons outright disappearing. Still, we need to jump off the train, so it's time to jump off the train. There's a better time to ask about things like this, Jesse. And yeah, if you look around, everyone is in disguise. Biggs is dressed like a child. I don't know where... No, wait, no, Wedge is dressed like a child. Or no, it's... I constantly forget which one's Biggs and Wedge and which one's Wedge in this game. I think this is Wedge now that I think about it. But that said, I don't know where he got the mustache from, so that's a little bit interesting. Gonna jump, and this is where everyone breaks their ankles. Actually kind of reminds me of that one time in Mega Man Battle Network's manga. When Lan jumps off a bus and gets completely fucked up in doing so. But that said, not only does doing that give you, like, +5 with both of them, it actively does get you closer to your objective. There's a number of damn near identical looking screens in this entire section. And if you go all the way backwards, there's even a security checkpoint, the one that we hit. And you can trigger an alarm there to get some pretty strong enemies for this point in the game that are really good for level grinding. With that said, I've got shit to do, so I'm not doing that. Silk inflicts slow, which means my turns now happen slower. Fantastic. Honestly, most of the random battles in the early game won't give you much problem at all. I'd say the first boss fight even that should give you legitimate trouble is maybe boss 3. Because boss 2 is a joke, really. I can see boss 3 legitimately giving people problems, though. Still, we've come as far as we can, but thankfully there is a convenient chute right here that takes us into where we need to go. Also, a weird thing about 7 that occurs every now and then, you can see it on screen right now even, is that sometimes the dialogue boxes go off screen, and I don't know why. And it's not just the way I've cropped the video for this, because obviously on the actual layout, like, when you go right here, you're going off the window. But it's actually where it is. That's where it ends for some reason. We gotta go down, Barrett. Ooh, item. Others. Actually, I forget. How much? 100 MP. That's real good for early game. With that said, I'll be real. It is debatably better to sell every ether you get in the early game. Because I think they sell for like 2,000 gil. And you can steal them from enemies from so early on that it's just a really good money sink. Plus, seldom are you going to be spending hundreds of MP at a time. I'd say the most you'll be spending with any amount of consistency is maybe 30 to 40. And given how relatively quickly your MP levels up throughout the game relative to when you get spells that cost more, it's not a problem. Although that does get me into something that I completely forgot to mention about the Materia system. I can just show it off right here. Materia actively influence your stats. In very minuscule amounts, like this one reduces my strength stat by 1, increases my magic by 1, and thus increases my max HP and MP by 2% each. But it's usually negligible. It's only when you stack a lot of super powerful materia on top of each other that things can get kind of ridiculous. Otherwise, you're safe. There's not much to worry about stat-wise. Also, weird thing, there's a miniature circle here in the level design, and I don't understand why, because like we just went up there. It takes you to the same place as right here. I don't understand it. Though they did, oh god. Heavily make what this entire area is much more clear in the remake. We're about 800 feet above the ground right now. Well, maybe not 800. 50 meters is 300 feet, so we're probably about 250 feet off the floor right now. We high. I think Blue Goose can use a certain status ailment on you. I think it's from Hell Bubbles. Is it slow? No, it's sleep. Yeah, I was thinking, like, these guys can inflict the status ailment, right? Most enemies can. Now that I think about it. The problem with status ailments in this game is that they don't matter. As status ailments, barring 2, technically 3 counting like knocked out / dead, depending on whether or not you count 0 as knocked out or dead, don't last after battle. So like you can be toaded, you can be poisoned, stoned, but the moment the battle ends, that status ailment is just straight up gone. And because of that, status curing items, barring like maybe having the Esuna spell on you, is relatively useless. Night, Mao. Also, apparently the entire reason the ID check failed is because my ID in particular was a bit different than the others. She tried her best. Alright, this screen's relatively important because this right here is our first tent. Tents are full HP MP restores, but they can only be used, I think, at save points and on the world map when we eventually get to the point the world map is a thing. With that said, I think they're too valuable to use right now, and there's enough relatively close together cheap inns here that you don't really need to use them. Unless you go super grind happy, at least. God, sometimes the battle transition in this game is a bit jump scary. Also, quick advice, whenever you get into a back attack when you're attacked by the enemy from behind, aka an ambush, you're going to want to quickly press L1 and R1 together, because you might notice that causes me to start the running animation. But the main reason you want to do that is it turns your characters around. If you or an enemy are attacked from behind, which is more than likely to happen in like pincer attacks than anything, whoever gets hit from the back takes double the damage they would have otherwise. So like that would have done 4 damage. Not much, but enough to be worried. Maybe I should raise the battle speed some more, I'm thinking about. I do not remember Blue Goose having this much HP. Of course, it could just be a thing of I'm being way too conservative with my MP. In fact, you know what? That's exactly what it is. This isn't the remake, Kyle, especially not the remake's hard mode. You can use spells and be okay. Because the remake added a hard mode difficulty, where boss patterns were slightly changed, of course, but the biggest change is the bench is located throughout the game, which is sort of your save points, but also like your ins in chapters that don't have ins. They'll only restore your HP on hard mode, not your MP. So you need to either use items outside of battle to restore your MP, or just be very stringent with using spells. That should be good. Back into a Mako reactor. Whee! Whoop. Now, this entire portion of the game was radically changed in the remake. Namely, once you get to the actual bottom of the reactor. Because in that part of the chapter, you learn immediately that you're going to be fighting the boss fight. And what you do then is go through this portion, or go through the, actually you go through that door down there you never go through in the original game. And you go through this series of choices where you get to either take away defenses, weapons, or items from the boss fight. That, like, it could either use its super attack less often, heal less often, or otherwise. And I really like that system. Helps that that boss fight has probably, like, my second favorite song in the game, period. Because I've already gushed about this game's soundtrack. The remake turns it up to 11. Especially in terms of the rock factor, because holy shit. Ooh, I want to kill that Smogger immediately, because Smoggers can inflict, I believe, the Darkness status ailment with the Smog attack. Yeah. Alright, I missed. And I think this is, unlike Final Fantasy VI, a game where they made the blind status work, so your accuracy is cut in half, and that sucks. I should save that. Cloud's going to get more than enough time to actively use his limit breaks, so feel free to save or use them as need be, but I'm going to save it for the boss fight in this case, just to make things proceed a bit more smoothly. Whenever you see the screen white flash white like that when I do a physical attack, by the way, that is a critical hit happening. That's just how they showed them back then. They just made the screen flash white. Whoa! Another freak out. I didn't even comment over the first one. That's a Mako reactor. It definitely looks different. Wait, young Tifa? Sephiroth again. We heard that name earlier. What the hell is happening? Still, let's place the bomb. It's probably nothing. Alright, no timer this time, though, because we have a remote detonator this time. Smart, but could be dangerous. Also, one thing the remake changes about the Mako reactors, at least here in Midgar. Down here, it looks like they're just digging these pipes in the earth and that they're getting the Mako from there. I'll talk more about what Mako is later on. But it is the energy source this entire area uses. Hello! Hello, Soul.
I love you too.
How are you doing?
disappointed.
Okay.
So a friend of mine bought both the 3090 and the 3080.
Mm-hmm.
There's literally no point of getting the 3090.
Really?
Yeah, it's only a 8% speed increase. That's it. And you know what's very sad?
What?
The card is actually hold backed. There's no point buying the 3090 unless you do 3D models or just basic design in general. For gaming, no, don't get it for gaming. It actually slacks behind in gaming.
I mean, I don't know anything about PC stuff myself. Like I use them, but I just get the one that has numbers.
No, I don't mind much about PC, but I know a couple like settings and stuff in that. It's just a fact is like the price gap for just like the price jump from just 8% more speed, and it's just not helpful for gaming. It's not really worth it. And the fact is, the card itself, and Nvidia admitted this, said this, that it is hold back. They're just going to be releasing a Titan like in the next 2 to 3 months. Like, well, they're not saying it's like the Titan will be released that long, but they will be releasing a Titan basically.
Okay.
So you may as well get the Titan.
Good to know, I guess.
Oh yeah. So I might be doing my fish percent this week.
Fish percents.
Yes, I play Phoebus and Magic Cards in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon time.
Oh god.
My DS is dead.
Did you see the thing that a lot of people in the PMD Discord only just learned, by the way?
What?
That you can mash start before the good night and dinner cutscene and completely skip it?
Wait, really?
I don't know how you guys didn't know that. I just thought you didn't do that because of something like, oh, if you do this for every cutscene it overloads the game's RAM or something like that. Because that's the reason I could see not doing that. Yeah,
my main Mystery Dungeon game I speedrun is Super Mystery Dungeon.
Alright, well that's not a thing in Super from my knowledge, but you can definitely do it in the other ones. Or at least time/darkness/ whatever the fuck.
I found some funny stuff in Super. It is only useful for 100%, and that's a category I do it.
Ooh,
so, I found out that you can get ultimate gold spawns. And so basically, if you do so basically what happens is, if you just enter and leave a level multiple times, the sparkly gold places just start stacking and stacking and stacking, even though it's not meant to.
Weird. Also, that weird little timing minigame there. You just have to press X or confirm within after 2 seconds, and then you all hit it. As long as you're relatively in sync, you'll get it. No, don't want to use that yet. Saving that for the boss fight. This is why you bring along bolt materia.
This is why when the sun turns red.
So you take the sun and you take the sun?
Yes.
You take everything that seems like sun. You put it up, son, and then your son.
No, no, stop it. Please.
Now you see, Schnitzel will be unchanged. Rada rada. Alright, let's get out of this Maka reactor. Oh shit, don't go that way though.
Why you do this to me?
I guess go the other way. Your footsteps are very loud, sir. Oh
I
dear.
can't wait for my next campaign trip from D&D.
Big,
I'm so excited.
big bad President of Shinra himself. And something that we can't exactly see in this cutscene in this version, but we'll see later on. He has not only a mustache, but a cigar in his mouth 24/7. He keeps hearing the Sephiroth name thrown around, huh? Wonder if it's important.
Hey, did you ever wanted a job?
What?
You know how you're looking for a job, right? And you get those signs, like we're hiring in front of the doors and stuff, for like restaurants and stuff like that. Sometimes.
Yeah, I see those. I haven't done it myself. Whoa! Hey, boss fight.
I just send you the picture. They did cost it out, but it's not even pencil. But you see,
Brilliant. Also, I don't know why I've always loved this helicopter character model. I don't know why. Either way, time for our second boss fight, and the first one that uses the actual boss theme, Those Who Fight. I love this song. With that said, the Airbuster has a very specific mechanic. It's a pincer attack, so we get to always attack, at least one side is always going to be attacking the back of it. This is why I saved both Tifa and Cloud's limit breaks. Also, Tifa's limit breaks are a little bit odd in that they are slots. There are 3 options on them. Hit, yeah, and miss. Hit means you just do the damage. Yeah means you do, I think, a critical hit with it, essentially doing double damage. And miss means that you don't get to do that limit. And her limit break's also a bit weird in that for every successive one you unlock, you just get another slot, and the more hits you do in a row, the further the combo goes.
you're streaming right now. Why are you not watching?
Yeah, it's Thursday night, Eastern.
It's Friday. Yes, it is a Friday.
Because my stream schedule doesn't change.
Yes.
The Airbuster itself can do some good damage, especially with this big bomber attack. Because let's see, this is probably 103. That's a good third of our health.
Where's our boy?
Ooh, we're already here. Eventually, its turn function just won't work anymore. So that means it'll just use a rear gun occasionally on whoever's in back. This is probably the best output for this because I think Braver is the strongest limit break we have at this point. And there's Sol in chat. Okay, I need to. Ooh.
Wait, I am the emo.
Yeah, let's heal. No, come on, come on, come on. Oh, wait, because it has an all material, right?
Final Fantasy. Wait. Is it?
Yeet.
Yes, it is. I see Cloud's big, buff head.
There are like 3 things you could have said there, and all of them probably would have been right. His big hair, his big sword, his big personality.
Yeah.
Oh boy, it's season. This is boss fight done.
It's not his sword that I spot. It's mostly because his big yellow just hair.
Yeah, his hair is
sticks out like
very.
a tall farm.
His hair is very super yellow.
It stick out like a sore thumb. It really does.
Oh, Jesus. Well, this isn't a good situation to be in. Little help. All right, so Barrett asked us a question here, and this is the first time that answering one directly takes points away from the other. Because I think Be Strong gives like 2 or 3 points to Barrett. I don't know if I can hold on takes 2 or 3 points away from Barrett, but gives 1 or 2, I think, to Tifa. Shit. So this game's really selective with when it decides to censor curse words. I don't know why, because the game was rated teen. This looked really impressive back in '97, I swear. And that is the end of Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, only an hour and a half long, kind of surprising.
Wait, really?
No, it's not.
Lies. I just got here. Don't say that.
Very important.
They were my dreams and hopes.
Very important cookie question. Chewy or crunchy? Depends on the type of cookie. Chocolate chip cookies, I prefer them softer baked. But like Oreos, give me that crunch. Why are we hearing a second voice in our own head?
Oh?
Oh, the flower girl! We're alive! We just fell 50 meters, but okay.
Would you believe that I never played a Final Fantasy game before?
Well, not everyone has played every game ever. What? Not everyone's played Final Fantasy. Not everyone's played Dragon Quest. Yeah, I can believe it.
Hmm?
Yeah, I can believe it. Not everyone plays every game. Also, yeah, we fell 50 meters, but we're still alive. Partially because we're soldier, partially because it's a video game, partially because the ceiling broke our fall, and then the flowers broke our further fall. And here's the weird little thing. Because Midgar is so devoid of natural life due to reasons, flowers just don't grow here, except for in this church for some reason. We never learn the exact reason why that is. The implication is that she might have something to do with it, though.
Hang on, does that chick die and she drowns in her death?
I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I remember you. Yeah, you're the slum drunk. Yeah, no, she's the flower seller. Big surprise. Yeah, I have materia. I've got restore, all, lightning, and that's all for now. But we're gonna have plenty more. I don't mind, why not? Now you mentioned what? Oh, yeah, we still don't know each other's names. And this is the one name edit I'm making for a fact. Eris is not her name. Her name is Aerith with a TH. This is because the typo is because her name in Japanese is Erisu. And they decided to translate that as Eris, but Aerith is what's supposed to be. This is a relatively common typo seen back in the 90s and 80s a lot. An exact inverse of this case can be seen in Metroid 1, where they call planet Zebes planet Zebeth.
My favorite.
Yeah, we do a little bit of everything. Hello, NPC walking into the background. That's not mysterious at all. I've had playthroughs where I've named Aerith some really stupid things, though. Like, one I've named it is God damn it, or oh shit. But that's namely because of certain dialogue boxes that works well with. It's kind of like the Pokemon joke of, oh shit, I... And then, like, oh shit, I fainted. Or oh shit, I took damage. I can't say I've been a bodyguard off the top of my head, but hey, I always wanted to try it out.
There's actually one thing I want to request Cheese to do, or him, is to do a damageless run for any mystery dungeon game.
That sounds legitimately physically impossible. Because boss fights almost always have the area wides. Even if you throw the right C's to cause statuses, I feel like eventually they'll just get overpowered. That would be so luck-based that it's practically mathematically impossible. Unless it's a game where you can easily abuse an RNG in, but I feel like the only game you could probably do that in, if it's not Sky, maybe BRT, RRT.
Maybe.
This is Reno, though. He is a member of the Turks, and we'll learn what they are in a little bit. Aside from being one of the several inspirations for my own username. You just stepped on the damn flowers! Asshole. I love Reno, though. Quentin Flynn was the perfect voice actor for him, and I kind of miss him in the new games cast, though they got someone who sounds almost exactly identical. That is a long jump. Holy shit, Cloud. Also, here's a fun little detail. This giant silo you see in the background here, right here, is actually a failed experiment for Shinra's space program. And you only learn this by combining like 2 or 3 different pieces of background information in the game. Compared to a certain Shinra number 26. Come on, you can do it. The Ancient, what? You know, you're probably supposed to keep her alive. Shooting her's probably not the best choice. Okay, so this is a gigantic piece of relationship values here. Depending on what you do here, Aerith can lose a lot of points or gain a few. What we have to do here is push the barrels above us and knock them down. If you tell her to run, there's no change. If you ask her to run but she has to fight, she loses a point. If you ask her to fight, she loses a point. If you push the right barrel, she gains a point. But if you push the wrong one, she loses 3. And I am going to place a save state here because I can never fucking remember which of these barrels does what. Like, I think I want to push, like, this one first. Yes, that's supposed to be the second barrel you push. I'm doing this for twofold reasons. First off, this allows Aerith to get some early battle experience. And really, that's about it. Aerith is a bit weird, though, in that she is the only character in the game I'd say is something close to a dedicated class. Due to the materia system, even though characters have, like, inspired classes, like Tifa's a monk, Barrett's like a machinist sort of thing, Cloud's a mystic knight. Anyone can be anything thanks to the materia system. Aerith is the only case of this not being exactly true because she is radically meant to be a white mage. Because her spirit, I think, is one of the highest in the game, as is just her magic stat, period. I think this is the barrel you want to push to get things done right the first time. Actually, no, that might be the one behind me. Now, I'm thinking about it more and more. I think I actually needed to buy 2 restore materias earlier. Because I may have been thinking about the fire materia instead. Despite her relative lack of stats, though, I think dying here is it's theoretically possible, but it's mathematically unlikely because you just do more damage to them than they could ever do to you, on a single blow at least. So you'll be taking them out no problem, really. This is also super worth it for the gil. Mind you, money's not exactly a problem in this game, but it's more of a problem in this game than it is in certain other Final Fantasies, I would say. Because there's one very easy method to get a bunch of money real quickly later on. But outside of that, hedgehog pies. These guys are assholes. Less so in this one, I'm namely thinking of Final Fantasy IX. But yeah, they mean. They do damage. I don't like. But that said, fighting them is kind of fun in the remake because the remake's different gameplay style really works in this story's favor, I feel. Because it allows you to take down enemies that were super annoying at one point in like 2 shots. And that feels good. Actually, I'm thinking, did I want to buy the restore materia at all yet, or did I just find to later on? I might be thinking ahead or behind in certain regards, honestly. Because I think the way I actually wanted to spend money earlier on, or at least the way I usually do it, is like 2 lightning materia and then 3 iron bangles. But I mean, if I got ahead of myself, oh well. Because materia are, at the end of the day, the best way to get money too. Because whenever you master a materia by just leveling it up to max, you spawn a clone of the materia. And given how a lot of the early game materia can be leveled up super quickly, one of the best things you can do is just max out a materia, sell the mastered one, because a mastered materia sells for a lot more than an unmastered materia. Both in the fact that it gets a boost. Well, actually, no, I probably should explain that too. When you try to sell materia, it usually sells, if it's a materia you can buy easily at least, because they make the unique materia sell for real cheap. They usually sell for the amount of AP they have on them, but if it's mastered, it gets an exponential boost. Like, one of them I can think of sells for like 400,000 when mastered, if not more. Thankfully, at this point, there are no more soldiers chasing us. We can just nonchalantly walk out. Oh no, I'm on the wrong thing. I actually did not know I could walk onto that little strut over there. Oh no, Aerith, I'm sorry, I'm leaving you behind. Oh, well. Either way, let's talk about Reno. The Turks are... They say they're possible soldier scout recruits, and that is true, but they're more so Shinra's Black Ops, the super secret division that does the more undesirable things for Shinra, like they imply assassinations, secret combat arts, and ops. They're almost like the spies, and an interesting thing is, you actually can technically play as one of them in another game. Because the only Final Fantasy spin-off, 7 spin-off, we still haven't gotten here stateside, and in Europe as well, I believe, was the Japanese mobile game Final Fantasy VII Before Crisis, which takes place before Final Fantasy VII. And even before Crisis Core, which is the other prequel to this game. And in that, you get to play as the Turks, as a notable player Turk, and one of them even became a character in Crisis Core, Cisne. And that game's plotline's interesting because you actually get to see a lot about what leads into 7 directly. Like, we're not the first Avalanche. In fact, Avalanche itself is a much larger organization than you'd initially think. We're just one of the lesser extreme cells of it. Because the original Shinra was willing to destroy humanity to save the planet, kind of eco-terrorist crazy. Whereas we'll destroy your shit that's causing the problems and keep doing it until you learn your goddamn lesson, kind of eco-terrorists. Also, Final Fantasy VII is not political, clearly. I hate people on the internet that can look at a game with a story like this and say it's not political. Like, what the fuck? It's like, it's the same people who say, like, Metal Gear Solid isn't political. Like, what? Are you fucking insane? Yeah, I'll save later. Oh, what's going on over here? You know, it feels good to do this section without having about 20 to 30 minutes worth of robot hands in the way. Ooh, this is where we get to fight hole eaters. Be careful of hole eaters because they fucking hurt. With that said, at this point in the game, they're one of the best ways to grind out your limit breaks, as they do so much damage relative to your HP count that it'll raise your limit gauge super high. Because I believe it is based off the amount of damage they do relative to your max HP. With that said, there are 4 limit levels per person. Technically, only one character only has 2. And the higher their limit level is, the more damage it takes for the bar to be filled up. I think it has like 255 units. And then it's like ratioed from there. Dude's sick, we should probably go check him out. This guy are sick indeed. What's up, dude? Yeah, we're not a doctor. Tattoo number 2? That's totally not important. More on that later. And here's our next materia shop. This is where I want to buy another fire materia, actually. Only just the one, I guess, for right now. And I should actually equip materia onto Aerith. I forgot to do that earlier. Restore. Lightning and fire. Also, as you can see, they took everyone who was in your party before this is materia off, and I'm thankful for that. Although there is a way that you can get around that anyway. If you press the, not the triangle button, the... Which button is it? Okay, here it is. The arrange button right here. You can do the exchange option. And this allows you to change materia over from one person to another. And I'm grateful they kept this feature in the remake because it's essentially how I did my post-game playthrough when I was going for the Platinum Trophy. Because it was just me basically shifting materia from one person to the next a lot. Well, that's an opinion. Alright, now this room's pretty important for a couple reasons. One, let's talk to this kid who has very Astro Boy-like hair. Go and find it, top and the bottom one. Hidden drawer between the drawers. 5 gil. We want to leave this. And here we have Turtle Paradise News number 1. For delicious wine with a nice ring to it, stop on by the Turtle's Paradise. This is another side quest that spans more or less the entire first disc, though depending on your choices, you can go all the way into disc 3. No, actually, no, late disc 2, or, and I know now, disc 3. Where you need to find all, I think, 6 Turtles Paradise flyers throughout the game. And for doing that, you get a set of rewards later on. Dougie! I think this is the weapon store. I have not been in here in a long time. Because they sell Titan bangles, at least. That would be actually considerable getting if I actually had some fucking money. And time for environment whiplash. Holy shit. Well, this is clean. The transition into this entire area is handled a lot better in the remake, because, mind you, Sector 5 in general... Or actually, no, is this Sector 5? Either way, is greatly expanded. Ooh, here we get cover. The way cover works is it automatically gives a base chance, 20% at start, to guard an ally from being attacked. This is excellent for getting limit breaks. To the point where I'd say I'd actually rather have that on Aerith right now than Cloud. Because while she might have lower base HP and defenses, getting her limit breaks early on is something you're going to want to do because it's great for crowd control. Yes, Tifa's a girl. A girlfriend? Well, in my dreams, maybe. I should note, the reason I answered that the way I did. Saying no way there, I think gives like 1 point to Aerith, but I think saying yes, she loses points. I want to say it's at least 3. But Aerith is the character who starts with the most points inherently, so you want to lose with the most points. If you're going for Tifa or any of the other characters in the date sequence, you need to really not like Aerith. Because she starts with, I think, native 50 points. Which is a 20-point lead over Tifa, and a 40-point lead over the person who has the next most points, 50 over Barrett. The Barrett scene is funny, but I think for narrative reasons, either the Tifa or Aerith scene are the best ones. I've gotten the 4th character scene once, I think. maybe twice. Either way, Elmira, Aerith's mother, can tell we're soldier because soldiers actually have one key trait amongst them all. Their eyes are a very bright greenish blue due to the Mako energy infused into them. And Elmira doesn't want Aerith fucking around with any of that shit, so she wants us to leave in the middle of the night. Which, you know what? That's fair. Alright, have a good night, Aerith. Oh, come on. I can't have been that long since you last slept in a good bed. No, it was last when we were home. Cloud's mother is interesting, though. In that she's one of the few unique NPCs that rarely shows up that has, like, official concept art. Although, admittedly, the concept art for 7's a bit odd in that sometimes it's, like, the full character art. Other times, it's just art of them in the model art style. And Cloud and his mother definitely look alike, I'll tell you that. I don't know why, but with the resolution I'm viewing this at, Cloud's eyes here look a lot like Ness. Either way, we need to sneak out. And by sneak out, I do mean sneak out. You need to walk here because the floorboards are creaky. And if you run, she'll hear you. But you also need to deliberately walk around everything. Hug the railway and everything. The remake outdoes this sequence by placing shit you can knock over all over the floor to almost a ridiculous degree. So where does Elmira... actually, you know what? Elmira probably sleeps in the room we were just sleeping in, now that I think about it. Huh. Okay, I was like, can I not interact with that save point? Still, let's get back to Sector 7. Are we in Sector 6 or Sector 5? We're in Sector 5 slums. Damn, that means we knocked out Sector 5's power as well. How in the fuck? Okay, Goku. Alright, sure. Guess we're going together. And now I'm very glad I'm not playing the remake, because they expand this area a shitload. In fact, the chapter this is in is the longest chapter in the game when going for 100%, because it has some of the most side quests, but it's also, you go through this entire robot hand section where you're just moving crates all over the place, but you're also doing the entire wall market sequence. Ow, quit it. Also, I should note, the cover materia, I believe the amount of time, the likelihood of it guarding someone increases 20% for every additional level. So at max percent, it's like 80% chance of guarding everything. Ooh, I really hope I get into another random encounter now, because I need to use Earth's limit breaks. The limit breaks are what very much make Aerith into a white mage, because like her first one, which I think is Healing Wind, Heals all party members for a metric shitload. Also, depth perception here isn't the best. We need to climb this plank, but you can only climb it when you're on the lower level, despite it looking like that you should be able to get onto it from right above me. I require violence. Give me violence. Not violins. Violence. Oh shit, Hell House. I don't have fire on, but that's fine. This enemy's weak to fire, but we can deal with it. Because this thing, it might look like a house. It's not a house. Oh, this could kill Aerith. Okay, no it won't. Suicide Drop really hurts. This was a fight I'm surprised they brought into the remake, but I'm so glad they did in the way they did. It was fantastic. Ow! Jesus! Okay, I get it. You want me to use magic. Well, if anything, this means Aerith could use another limit break. Oh, Jesus! I don't think I've ever seen it do that. Oh, and of course, the next move kills it. Fantastic. Well, that's bad. But I used the limit break and that counts all the same, so I'll just use a Phoenix down. I will not use a potion, though, because we're relatively close to the next inn. This is a very oddly large text box. Either way, I believe this is another choice that impacts relationship values. I think saying you're gonna take her gives her like a point or two, and seeing her home, if it's not a neutral, it's like -1. Somewhere abouts that. And now we slowly walk with her through the really cute, but apparently, according to the remake, mass-produced theme park. Mind you, the remake also says that this little thing down here has a secret passageway in it that leads to the underground portion of Sector 7. Which, a little bit weird. What rank was I? Oh, soldier. First class. Same as who? Oh! Yeah, we probably know the guy. What was his name? Alright. Chocobo! And a very Japanese-style cart. I just realized that motherfucker has a cowboy hat. That motherfucker was in this game even? Because that became a unique NPC in the remake. Tifa? She shouldn't be on that. She's not going home. Well, shit. Well, welcome to Wall Market. A mess of dialogue trees and choices that are incredibly interesting, but do ultimately nothing. With that said, I fucking love this song. Because this is not as easy to tell, in this version at least, what it is. Because they kind of censor around it whenever they can. It's a red light district. This is for carnal, for pleasures, carnal and physical. Also, Johnny, weren't you leaving Midgar? For instance, Honeybee in here is implied to be some form of hostess club. Oh, Tifa's been hired here. Taking down Corneo's mansion. Oh. Oh boy. Market for a bride, huh? Yeah, I don't want that happening to my friend. Let's get on moving. Let's get moving. Oh, come on. There's a memory card in. I don't think Final Fantasy VIII and 9 have that long a load time to check the memory card. Although that's the weird things that I saw recently, because they showed off like some of the Xbox Series X stuff. The Xbox Series X memory expansions are basically memory cards, and that makes me laugh. I'm sorry, wait, did you just fucking call Aerith a heifer? What the fuck kind of farm did you grow up on, boy? A lot of these places are shops, but we don't need to do much in them. If there's not much to buy, period. Ooh, Korean barbecue place, though. I will have the barbecue plate, actually. I could go for some barbecue. Also, wait, how is there a Korean barbecue in a world without a Korea? I'm thinking too hard about this. It was alright. And we get a pharmacy coupon for doing that. I'm actually getting a little bit ahead of what they want us to do here, but I just know I can take care of this first. We want to take that over here to the pharmacy. And we want to get a digestive. Because someone in Walmart's having some problems in the pooper. And let's just say we're here to be the hero they need. That bass. I love that bass so much. A tank in a weapon shop? I want in. I feel like I should not walk further than 5 steps into a place that has 2 men aggressively squatting at each other. I feel like if you see that in any alleyway in a city, you just walk the opposite direction. Even if that opposite direction is into the road. This is the weapon shop, though, and I do believe I want to get some things here. Ooh, I'm a little low on cash, though. Because I want to get... I think I at least want to get the mithril rod and 2 of these. This one will be clouds. You know what, just for right now, I'll give this to you. That does nothing but increase her stats. Oh well. In that case, I might go and let's just may I introduce you to my old friend, the fast forward key. Let's go do some money grinding. I'm gonna want at least 2 more of those on top of my brain short-circuiting. On top of the other the weapons, so I'm gonna need at least 1,200 gil, I think. And I believe I can run to encounters here. Nope. Well, I know the nearest place I can. Right here. Oh no, I healed up. When did I do that? I didn't use the yen. Did the cutscene restore my HP? I mean, this could also substitute for some level break running, because I'm actually usually a bit further ahead than I am right now in level breaks. I usually already have Cloud's second level limit break. Because the way you gain limit levels in this game, there are 2 limits per limit level. You get the second one of any given level by using the first one of its level a certain amount of times. Like, I think it's 6 Bravers to unlock Cross Slash. But you unlock the next level limit break by killing enemies enough. I think it's like usually a couple of hundred. Yeah, as I remember, this thing is weak to fire. Actually, wait, no, I want more than that. I think I need like 1,600 total, now that I think about it. Because there's a point in the wall market where I'm going to need to spend at least 200 or 300. Let's go for 1,600 instead of 1,200. I hope I have that number right. Let's go for 2,000. Fuck it. Braver. Honestly, in the long run for limit breaks, you never need to worry about getting the second level of a limit break. It's usually, you just need to use the other characters enough to gain the kill counts. And throughout the stream, I'm going to try to vary up my team enough to the point where that'll happen. But that said, don't expect, like, super professional material layouts. Because I'm not doing a Let's Play here. I don't need to worry about needing this or that in this particular position. I'm taking this super casually. Oh, Aerith has the blind status, I think. Not for long. I think the seal status ailments. No, I'm thinking of one of her level 3s. I think. I think, I'm thinking back, I think I even did this grinding in my LP, but for radically different reasons. Alright, unfortunate thing about death in this game is that whenever a character dies, whatever progress they had in their limit gauge is taken away. Oh, fuck, right off. Would you stop that? Oh, shit. When did I last save? Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Was it? Oh, thank God. Oh, fuck. I had a moment of... I haven't saved since Reactor 5. Oh, no. Alright, so that means I need to redo some of this. Oh, well, that's not too bad. Whoopsie! Yeah, holy shit, eating there heals you. I don't think I ever noticed that. Actually, no. This is a good chance to also count how much money I actually need. Because before I just bought 2 of these. So I need I'm going to write this down. $350, $350, $320, $370. On top of $210. So that means in order to do everything I want to do here, I need I need 1,700-ish, so the 2,000 was actually a pretty safe estimate. Alright, this time with less death. Actually, I should get the digestive first, just to make sure we're all set. Fucking hole eaters. Ugh. Yeah, the problem with the hole eater enemies, they're great for limits, but the reason they're great for limits is that they do a consistent amount of damage and they attack fast. So if you're not fast enough to kill them, they'll kill you. I think the Hell House uses Suicide Drop at a certain amount of its HP no matter what, by the way. I think it's when you've done like 200 or 300 damage total. Yeah, so 2,000 total is about what I need. And I will get that relatively quickly fighting all these enemies. Maybe it's 150 damage. Yeah, as you can see, they fill my limit gauge up quick, but they'll kill you about as quick. Oh, there's one enemy I didn't show off a couple rooms back. Now I think about it. Near Aerith's house, called the Bandit. It's this dude with a red bandana, essentially. They can steal items from you, and that leads into a very particular glitch where you can duplicate items very easily with them. But I ain't doing that shit. Oh dear, speeding the game up makes the bitrate drop. I'm so surprised by that. Clearly. I don't know why. There's something I like about this game's colored polygons it has for a lot of things. Because there's textures for a lot of things, but a lot of things are just straight up, like, shaded polygons. And there's a certain crunchiness to that I like. Save sitting after every battle, because I don't want to redo the things I just did again. Again. Oh, shit, a pincer attack. And this is why we save state. Also, the great thing about limit breaks, as you can see there, they get priority. The moment you input one in, it's more than likely guaranteed to be the very next attack that goes out. They are, in a way, desperation moves, but they are not the kind of desperation moves they were in 6. Because the way they worked in 6 is they would only show up occasionally, and only if the character was at critical HP. And that made getting to see them all super annoying. I think I've only naturally gotten one of those attacks in 7 a grand total of like 3 or 4 times. Yeah, I don't give a damn about the AP or the EXP I'm getting at this point. Though I will note the really good AP grinding places for later on, because there are a couple. Aerith, the time for you just being a hero has stopped. Yeah, I'm probably gonna get Cross Slash after this battle now that I think about it. Yeah, there's Cross Slash. Cross Slash is Cloud's second limit break, of course. It's slightly, I think it might be slightly weaker in terms of damage, in this game at least, not the remake, than Braver. But it can put the stop status / paralyzed status onto enemies. And that is very useful. Alright, you can press the R2 button to show what's an actual enemy. I forgot about that. Alright, I have enough Zenny for what I want to do now, but I'm going to go for 2,000 just to have a nice even number. I think the farthest I've grinded for money at this point in the game is close to 3,200, 4,200. Some ridiculously high number that I honestly did not need. The funny thing to me is you can technically play this game officially at this speed now. Because the PS4 and PC version nowadays have the iOS version's cheat codes in it. Or at least the PS4 version does. I think the PC version doesn't. And that allows you to completely speed the game up. And there's something funny to me about that, honestly. Alright, now we got what I need. Let's head back up, save, use the inn, and then continue on with Wall Market. Get me in. Let me in! Do 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 ya do. All right, now let's continue on with where we were going from here, because we need to. Wait, no, I'd already talked to that guy at this point, so I know to head to Don Corneo's mansion. Although I want to head into here first. This is the bar. There's a couple things we can do here, but the main thing is the use for that digestive I got. Depending on the medicine you got from the pharmacy with the coupon from the Korean barbecue, you'll get an item. For getting the digestive, you get the best item here, which is the sexy cologne. You can also just get less sexy stuff. And that goes into a whole web of what can happen. In fact, let me look up a guide real quick, because there's a very specific number of things that can happen here. But more on that in a moment. I don't know why the base here reminds me a lot of Toe Jam and Earl. Namely the sequel. And Boogerman for that matter. Basically a very Genesis-y base. Either way, this is Don Corneo's mansion. We can't get in. Because the Don don't like men. So he only wants the pretty ladies in there. But we need to figure a way inside and... Aerith, are you laughing? Oh dear. Oh, we're here already, are we? We need to dress up as a girl. I'm not going to get into the mess that is talking about the way they handle this scene here. Because, oh boy. I'll just say the remake handled it better because be true to your inner beauty. We need to get Cloud a dress, though, and, well, we have to come to the dress store to do that. Oh, shit. But apparently, the dressmaker is completely fucking drunk at the bar because he's uninspired. No, don't go back in. Sometimes the controls in this game can be a bit weird for which direction they want, that means what, but as long as the camera's at this angle, it's pretty consistent. It's only when you start having to do weird turns that things get a bit iffy. But this is the owner of this shop, and we're going to ask him to make a dress. And you have... a couple options for what you can answer here. He's going to ask us what kind of dress we want. We want something that you can either say that is clean and soft, or it's something that, and for the second question, something that is shiny or shimmers. Clean and shiny give you the cotton dress. Clean and shimmers give you the cotton dress. Soft and shiny gives you the satin dress. But what we want is something that feels soft and shimmers. So let's head back to the dress store and see what that has gotten us. just as the game decides, okay, you can continue over to the next area now. Hold up, something's actually bothering me real quick. Okay. Oh boy. Calm down there. I didn't have that covering the entire purple area by the looks. And now it is. Okay, we're good. I know some people would make what's behind the actual game, like, surrounding this, like this, make this a PNG with nothing here. I didn't because I'm an idiot. And we get the silk dress. That is the best dress you can get out of this entire scenario, similarly to the sexy cologne. In fact, I think the other things you can get are cologne, flower cologne, and that's it. Because there's usually only 3 variants of items barring the dress. We got the dress and we look nice in it, apparently. We need a wig, though. And thus begins the entire part of this side quest. We can talk to various people around to get us onto other minor side quests that give us different items that with different outcomes. For instance, we can come over here. I believe this is the materia store normally. And he wants us to go check the vending machine at the inn while we're staying there for what is inside of it. This is why I needed the 210 gil in particular. As there are 3 options here as well. You can buy the one for 50 gil, which will give you a glass tiara, the 100 gil, which gives you the ruby tiara, or 200, which is what I want to get, which will give us the diamond tiara, the best tiara you can get out of the set. I should note, a lot of what I'm doing here is optional. To actively get through this entire section and beat the game, you only need a dress and a wig. But I'm going for all the optional stuff now while I can. Actually, I should probably go get the wig right now, too. I'm going to drop a save state right here, because I've messed this up before, but just not so often. At least compared to the equivalent remake, minigame in the remake. Because the owner of the gym here is the owner of a wig that we can use. But we have to compete with someone here in a squat contest to get it. You need to press square X circle in a row to make a single squat. The outcome here is determined on whoever has the most squats after 30 seconds. This isn't so hard. In fact, I'll probably actually place a save state right here instead, because then I'll look up to the dialogue again. The harder thing to get here is honestly the middle item. Because you get an item that is the worst for losing, you get the best one for winning, you get the mid one for tying. I have never tied this motherfucker in any of my years playing this game. And that's a lot of years at this point. God, only 19 squads. I forget exactly how many you do in the remake for the minigame, but it's a lot more than that. I think upwards of 40. Alright, so in terms of what you can get here. For losing, you get just a wig. For a tie, you get a dyed wig. For a win, you get the blonde wig, which means it's natural hair. Damn! That motherfucker's dead. Alright, now for things to get fucky. In a semi-literal fashion. Because we're going to enter the Honeybee Inn, a hostess club. In this version. I know, it's actually basically what it is in the remake too. But the remake adds in a dance minigame that's surprisingly hard. Alright, so I forget exactly how I can do this the way it's supposed to be done. But there are 4 rooms here. To get a piece of undergarment, we need to enter any of the rooms on the left. But I want to check out the rooms here on the right, because there's some unique scenes that can be seen inside of them. Oh, that's cute. A son bought their mother and father a nice little vacation where they would probably have, in his mind, tireless, sweaty sex. That brave motherfucker had to put that image in his mind. And now for the weird room. What the fuck? Is that dude masturbating in the hot tub? Actually, wait, hold the fuck up. I don't think I ever noticed it. Is that a lady tied down in a T-pose as a sacrifice? Nani the fuck? Sought after Promised Land? Blue eyes. Great white sword on his back? How is this motherfucker creating lightning, by the way? I'm thoroughly disturbed. Now, the thing is with this, I actually need to look at the outcomes. Does it actually matter which one you get? No, it doesn't. As long as you get the silk dress, the blonde wig, the sexy cologne, and the diamond tiara, you have the outcome I'm going for. Actually, no, you can even get it with the ruby tiara as long as you get one of the undergarments in here. But if you have what I already have, we're already getting the outcome I want out of this next scenario. So you can do either of these. And I'm gonna choose the one I didn't do in the LP, which is not this one. No, not the group room. No. If you go in there, you end up in a hot tub with about 8 giant muscular men, and it's played as haha, it's gay. And, yeah, I'm not comfortable with that. It's also just genuinely an uncomfortable scene otherwise, because Cloud is not in the best mood. So let's go for the fuck room? There's some shit I don't fucking know. Oh, fuck, this song plays here? What the oh, it's the mindfuck room. That's a good question. Oh, God. You ever just pass out in the sex room? Well, that was disturbing. Squish? Yo, I actually forgot that heals you. Ah, ah, ah! Oh, Jesus. Huh? I think they implied this is actually supposed to be like a massage room instead. And for doing that, we get the lingerie. If you head into the group room, you get the bikini briefs. So basically a Speedo. But you can also, after that, head up into here. You can have them put makeup on you. As far as I'm aware, though, for the Don Corneo side quest, getting makeup actively changes nothing. I don't think it gets weighed at all in the circumstances. But that's the Honeybee Inn. We never go back there. Thank God. Get away from Meredith, assholes. Damn. 300 gil for flowers? That's not what I paid. 500 gil? What? That doesn't add up. 1 gil? They don't exactly say it outright in this version. I think they do in the remake. Aerith charges for flowers, depending on her impression of the person. So if they're like clearly some sort of criminal, she'll have them charge more, or if it's someone she can tell is a good soul on the inside, they'll get it for cheap. Give me a moment. Here we are. All right. Let's do this. Well, damn. We're apparently convincing. Alright, so there is active concept art of this Miss Cloud design. But honestly, I just recommend you look up the 3 potential dresses you can get in the remake. Although, the way they do have you get the various dresses is super annoying. So you have to do certain dialogue trees from even, like, the start of the chapter, if not, like, 2 chapters before it. Like, do X amount of side quests in chapters 2, 5, and 6. It's like, Jesus Christ, come on. That was one of the longest winded trophies I've ever gotten. Because you not only have to get the 3 dresses for Cloud, which are dependent, I think, entirely on the choices you make in this chapter. But Tifa and Aerith also got 3 variations, depending on your choices in various chapters. Alright, let's go see the Don. I am kind of sad that none of the dresses Cloud got in the remake were at least outright this. There was one that was really close, but it was just off enough to be noticeable. I do dig the implication here, though, is that Cloud is just incredibly beautiful, no matter what you do to him. And now you have to find Tifa. And, oh, not for nothing. I love Don Corneo's theme. It's super silly. I love it. With that said, hearing it on loop is a little bit annoying after a few minutes. Bap bap. Boop. Boop. Ba-doop. Bap bap. Hey, there's Tifa. We found her. We're in here in a random sex dungeon. What the fuck? I guess it's not so random thinking about it, but it's still a little bit disturbing that this is where they have people wait. Yeah, I'm right here, Tifa. Hey, girl. I didn't buy the upgrades yet. Shit. Well, it's not a big loss. Because we come back to Wall Market relatively soon after all this. So apparently, not long after we fell, they found someone sneaking around Seventh Heaven. And in interrogating him, the Don's name came up. So that's why Tifa's here. She's on this job willingly. With that said, Corneo's looking for a bride. And he gets a bride every day and chooses between one of 3 girls. And, I think your brains can fill in the rest of the information. But thankfully, as Zara's about to point out, we have 3 girls here, don't we? And it's time for the show. And the end of the Don Corneo thing is entirely dependent on your choices in Wall Market. To a non too necessary degree, honestly. You get the same end result no matter what. The biggest impact on it is, frankly, who gets... Oh, I never bought the 3rd one, too. Oh, shit. Oh, well. In that case, lightning and ice. Yeah, that'll do. I'll have something to fill that 3rd slot soon enough. Also, I gotta say, Don Corneo's an annoying character. but I dig how they handle him, especially in the remake, where I was convinced upon hearing the trailers that that fucking Mark Hamill voiced him, but I don't think it was Mark Hamill. So they brought up the fact he chooses between 3 girls for a reason. Depending on your choices in Wall Market, who gets chosen here changes. There are a lot of scenarios here, though. To be precise, 279, I think? But here's the thing. Tifa is chosen in 251 of those scenarios. In fact, if you get the cotton or satin dress with any wig, you're guaranteed Tifa. Aerith is only chosen in 24 scenarios, but only 4 combinations end in Aerith. What? I never got the sexy cologne. How did I fuck that up? Man, that save state, that death really fucked me over. I completely forgot to get the sexy cologne again. Well, actually, this is to my benefit, technically. Because what changes here as well is who you can get points with the relationship values. If you get chosen, you can name drop Barrett for 5 points, I think, to Barrett's own relationship values. But that said, if you want to give points to Aerith or Tifa, you need to make sure the opposite person is chosen. Because I believe there's going to be a dialogue choice coming up here. Oh, I am very uncomfortable all of a sudden. I have not seen this in over a decade, probably, at this point. Yeah. No, stay away. But hey, I can at least grab that Phoenix down now instead of later. Oh shit, oh fuck, I haven't seen this in forever. I forgot they had a zombie walk. Damn, that death to the hole eaters. So when I was grinding money. Oh, dude, that guy's having a seizure down there. Shit. I'm shocked, actually. I did not think this would happen. Forgetting to get it. I bet if I look at my inventory too. Wait, no. What a... Son of a bitch. I did get the sexy cologne. I forgot to take the item I bought for 200 back to the materia shop owner for the diamond tiara. That's my bad still. But hey, this makes some nice variation. Because in my LP, I got the Cloud chosen scenario. I'm assuming I just have to get touched by them enough to continue this. Yeah, Cloud's got the body of a ballerina dancer. Actually, how do I clear this? Do I just let them all get around me? Do I talk to them all? How do I get out of here? How actually do I get out of here? Is it timer based? I've talked to all 4 of them, I know for a fact now. Yeah, that's the bod dude. This guy is ants in the pants. They're playing Riichi Mahjong. God damn it. Okay, I had to talk to this guy enough. Alright, so we get into a fight for doing this. I forgot these were enemies. I thought you just fought repurposed Shinra grunts here. I'll be real. I'm having a moment. I have not seen this in even a Let's Play in a while, because most people go for the cloud scene. Usually because awkward comedy, I guess. So I guess instead of being hit on, I get to be a murderer. Cool. I've gotten these scenes, I think, twice before because I wanted to see the different dialogue. If Aerith or Tifa got chosen. And I think... No, I think even as a kid I got the cloud scene more often than not because I've told the story before. At least in the Let's Play. But growing up, this is one of my brother's favorite games of all time. Like, he's one of the big Final Fantasy nuts that the internet was plagued with in the early 2000s that people eventually grew to outnumber and started hating on the game for no reason for. But because he loved the game so much, he had, I think, the Prima Games strategy guide. And following that as a kid, I was able to get the cloud scene. Although I think I had to have Chris help with the squats in particular. Yeah, because Tifa comes out of there, she beats shit up. Your choice right here gives points to that person, but only if the opposite person gets chosen. So since Aerith was chosen, I think saying you all right, because you're prioritizing her, actually actively takes points away from her. And I think we saying we've got to help Aerith gives her like 2 or 3. Whereas, I think if Aerith is here with you because Tifa got chosen, you want to answer it the opposite way. I think you all right gives Aerith points, but we've got to help Tifa takes away points. At least, I think? That's how I remember it being when I read up a guide on this for the LP some years back. God, I haven't seen this room with this in this state in years. Ooh, am I gonna be able to get the item in here? Because that's the other reason you go for the cloud scene. There's an item, I think it's like an X potion or something, if not an elixir, behind Don Corneo's bed. Stop doing that. Here comes Papa. Okay, seeing him faceplant like that is pretty funny still, though. And now this circle will be completed if I ever get to LPing the remake and Tifa gets chosen. Still, Corneo hired that dude to find Avalanche because he was ordered to. I think it's pretty easy to tell by who, because who else would be doing that? And you better tell them, otherwise, genitalia torture. Heidegger of Shinra, head of public safety maintenance, otherwise known as, I think technically like the Shinra, like, incorporated army? Like the Midgar side guide? Midgar side guard. That's a tongue twister. Ugh. Shinra's trying to infiltrate us and crush us. Literally. There's a reason I brought up something happening to that support beam earlier. They're gonna try and break the support beam and literally make us into pancakes. Killing thousands of others, by the way, to get to about 8 people. Okay, I can still get it. Oh, it's a hyper? Does that item depend on whether or not you got chosen or not? I mean, hypers are good. What hypers do is they put you into the... Well, they do 2 things. There's a opposite item to this called the Tranquilizer. The hyper cures sadness. The Tranquilizer cures anger, I believe. But using either in the absence of the thing they cure causes the opposite status ailment. In this case, I can use this to cause fury. That's what it's called. And fury and tranquilizer and sadness are interesting in that they are the only 2 status ailments that that stay after battle, rather. And what's interesting about that is they have 2 effects. They influence your defense and the amount, the rate at which your limit gauge climbs. So Fury, Cloud's defense is now at like, I forget if it's like halved or 75%, but the limit gauge now goes up twice as fast. Whereas Sadness increases your defense by, I think, 50%, but halves the rate at which your limit gauge rises. I often have my characters in Fury for most of the game, I'll be real with you, because at least until like Disc 2, like late Disc 2, you're going to be getting limit breaks so often that you're just going to worry about it. First time you play this game, over level 80 and for the final boss, maybe sad how fast he died. Yeah, the final boss of 7 has a whole bunch of scenarios to it as well, depending on if you've done thing X through Z. Their HP can be lowered to like under half of what it can start as, or raised to over like 5 times as much. I think I usually end this game around 60 to 70. Meanwhile, at Shinra HQ, by the way, alright, this is the namesake Heidegger. He's a warmonger and absolutely batshit crazy. And that's Reeve, the only person with a fucking head on their shoulders around here. Because even he's realizing, you know, we want these people dead, but killing hundreds of thousands of others to do it might not be the best investment, not to mention all the money that could be made in Sector 7 alone. It's one thing I forget if the remake expanded on, like it just like a document in the background explaining what each sector does, sort of as a major entertainment venue, or like this is where food is often produced, or this is our business sector. God, I love Shinra's theme, by the way. Ba, ba, ba. Oh, there's his cigar. You seldom get to see that in the PlayStation version because it's so small. And the way the models distort at certain camera angles or distances makes it really hard to see. It's easier to see in the PC version. Meanwhile, in the sewer. Now, I should also tell you outright, I actually want to save state right here. Because I forget if going for that item will trigger the boss fight that's about to happen. No, it doesn't. Good, good. Potion. Whoever you talk to first down here gets plus, I think, 2 points, relationship values-wise. I should note, every time I say plus points, I'm estimating, because I don't remember. I do have a list up of every occasion that you can get different points, but I did not list the type of points they are because I don't give a shit. I remember how to get Tifa as the date later on anyway. But it's boss fight time. For a boss that got super boosted in the remake, this is Apps. Apps does not like fire. So make sure you have fire. With that said, I only have 1 fire. The interesting thing about this enemy is the attack is just used, the sewer wave. has two variations. One that comes from behind it, and one that comes from behind us. Whichever party it comes from behind on takes more damage. With that said, I think it can also use a move that can... I don't think it can slow you, but it can definitely do something. You know, yeah, let's use Cross Slash. Healing Wind, work on getting... oh, yay, it stopped him. Actually, he might not get another chance to do a move, because... Oh, wait, no, he's fine. He's fine. Is how long enemies are stopped relative to their level? Yeah, see, that did a lot more damage to us that time than it did to them. And Cloud already has another limit break. This is what I mean by Fury being really good for getting limit breaks. Meaning it's really good, really, in general, for getting the second level limit break of any level. With that said, I probably, thinking about it, should have used it on Tifa instead of Cloud. Because that would allow me to get... I think Dolphin Kick is her second level one. I'm sorry, Dolphin Blow. I do find it funny that a stop animation in this game is literally just putting a stop on the animations. Apps shouldn't cause too much trouble, honestly. Ooh, yay, we got Seal Evil. That, I believe, inflicts the stop status ailment, now that I think about it. On certain enemies that aren't immune to it, at least. It's good for random encounters, but for boss fights, it's pretty lacking. Because very few bosses in this game are susceptible to stop. I think it's apps, maybe one or two more, and then one of these super bosses is I forget if it's unintentional or not that it's susceptible to stop, but it is. And you want to inflict that using Hades, and we'll get to that eventually. Ooh, Sahajins. I can't remember if they're weak to ice in this game or not. Because they change up whether they're weak to fire or ice in damn near every game. Yeah, they're weak to fire, this one, by the looks. Yeah, that's right. I think they have a mechanic where they have a certain amount of chance at like 255 to block almost all physical damage, barring one. They're honestly, in terms of where they are placed in the game, one of the more annoying Sahajins in the series. But they're still Sahajin. They're not hard. But what is hard is me for this next materia. This is Steel. Steel does as you would think for a steal in a Final Fantasy game. It steals an item off the person that you're trying to steal from. But compared to other Final Fantasies, where it uses like your agility stat or this other complicated thing, in this game, I think it just weighs an equation that puts your level, the user's level, against the target's level, and then derives a chance bait off of that from there. Meaning, if you have that on Cloud, because he's almost always going to be in your party, and will almost always consistently be the highest level character in the game, you have really decent chances of stealing. And there are some pretty okay items to steal in this game. It's also worth keeping it around, because when you eventually level it up to, I think, like level 2 or 3, I can't exactly remember how that works for yellow materia. Which are ability materia, I should note. It becomes Mug, which means you steal and try to do you attempt to steal and do damage at the same time. Which in some ways is worse, in some ways is better. I actually didn't notice that. I didn't note that. Materia are categorized entirely based off their color. Green materia are magic ones, so using them uses a spell. Blue ones are support materia. They're there to influence and affect other materia around them, such as all. Yellow materia are ability materia. They add another ability to your menu or enhance another one, such as changing your attack to quadra attack or things like that. And red materia are the last type. Those are summon materia, which are the very relatively unique summon abilities. Now, this is actually a very important enemy, the Deanglow. Because I believe I can steal ethers from them? And... oh no, Seal Evil... no, Seal Evil is stop and silence. Okay. I want to get as many ethers as I can along the way here. Because first off, always good to have more MP. But also, ethers are a very cheap, very quick and easy way to grind out Gil. No, not the Cripshay. Okay, that's interesting. Because Tifa hit that enemy again during her attack animation, the death animation started over. Interesting. Let that show you how often I actively use stop in this game. Because I usually don't find using status ailments too useful in 7. The first Final Fantasy I would say status ailments are useful in was 5. Occasionally in 6. And then not, again, super useful until 9 and 10. Train Graveyard here, though, was quite a different area for young Kyle. Because he was scared shitless by this place. I was a very horror-prone kid. And not in the way that I liked horror, I mean I was very easily scared. Like, I remember, I listen to music every night when I go to sleep. Namely, an old sleep music CD, rather. My mom made me. After I saw the trailer for the movie Quarantine, released back in, like, 2008, maybe? The American adaptation of the Italian movie Wreck. Yeah, 2008. Whereas now, I watch a lot of super old horror movies and I'm completely fine. I'm not as easily scared, at least with movies. Because there's that level of, this isn't real, it can't hurt me, and shit like that. I'll get the heebie-jeebies every now and then, like, I think it was a 2017 movie, It Follows. That one, I'd still have a few moments of, hold up a second, every time I'm driving home at night from my job. But seldom am I actively scared by movies. Nowadays, at least. With that said, horror games can still get me because that's a radically different media experience in terms of the level of investment. Give me Ether. Thank you. Yo, alright, we can go all out now. Da 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 da. I love 7's version of the victory theme. Also, I should probably mention, 7 was the first Final Fantasy to give every character a distinct battle victory animation. 6, I think, technically did it first. Because I think, I want to say its Realm, at least, has a unique battle victory and entry animation. Mog, I don't think does, although my brain wants to say he does. And Gao or Go-Go might, I can't quite remember. I'll be real, I don't remember running into Cripshays during the LP. I remember running into Deanglows. A lot of Deanglows. Admittedly, steel is one of the very few incentives I find in this game for level grinding, because sometimes it just makes those relatively rare steals that much more easy. And there's like 2 or 3 steals in the game I'd say are Jesus Christ, come the hell on, where are you level. One of those is at the relatively early portion of Disc 2. Another one can be found at the very end of Disc 1 or Disc 2 or 3. I'm thinking of the Zio Nuts in particular. And yes, I'll be doing that entire side quest during this, because I'm a madman who has, at least during all this, still too much free time. I have a feeling I missed that potion during the LP, and I don't like that. Alright, now I need to remember the order of operations for this madness. Ah. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Oh, I can run to you down here. This is a very important enemy. This is Eligor. This guy got promoted to boss fight in the remake. Oh, you would put the one person I need just in this asleep, would you? The important thing with this enemy is that he has a steal I want. Namely, the best weapon for Aerith you're going to be able to find until after Midgar. Until a good distance after Midgar, too, if memory serves. So, I need to get this. I'm just glad this game doesn't have any, like, 1 in 256 or shit kind of steals. Because I love 9, but holy shit is 9 guilty of that. Either way, we got the striking staff. That's really good. You know, I just realized how loud the game is in my ears. A certain sound effect later on is going to kill me. My brain wants to say mono laser is gravity based for some reason, but I don't think it is. And for those not in the know about Final Fantasy mechanics, gravity based magic means it's percentage based, in most cases at least. So say it uses like Demi, that does like damage equivalent to like usually a fourth of the target's max HP up to damage limit at least. Oh, Aerith, you might not get to use that limit break depending on how fast I get through this. With that said, I should still give her that striking staff. I've actually never run into that boss, encounter down here. I usually only run into this in the next area. Yeah, look at that. 4 slots, 32 attack. That is one hell of an upgrade. With that said, I have no materia to fill it. Yeah, she might get to use that, actually. Depends how spicy the encounter rate feels. Ba 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 ba. Yada. It's weird. I think 7 is the only game that actively uses the PlayStation 1 sound chip throughout the entire game. Compared to Final Fantasy VIII and 9, which I believe are full CD music. But 7 is my favorite soundtrack, at least in terms of melodies, partially because of the very unique sound it has. Oh, hey, look, it's the enemy that got way too much of a lore buff. Ghosts became the focus of this area in the remake. Making it one of the more annoying areas just to go through again on New Game Plus. Well, quote-unquote New Game Plus. I love that remake, but I'm legitimately surprised they never outright updated it. Because that game is still, I think, on version 1.0. Maybe version 1.0.1 that maybe fixed some minor bugs. Ghosts are spoopy. Alright, you also can't always attack them. Ugh. I wasn't stealing this goddamn ether. Can I only hit them with magic? I'm feeling I can only hit them with magic. That's how long it's been since I've run into these guys. Yeah, I'll use it, might as well. The next boss fight is still a little bit away. Like, far enough that there's enough encounters along the way that I'll probably, due to Fury, still get... the thing. The... brain not working, apparently. Limit break back. Ghost Hand? The hell does that do? Drains MP... Oh, so it's Osmos. I don't think I've ever gotten that item. Interesting. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, you're making me want to steal more others. Damn you, game. Damn you. Oh, shit, I can just kill that one outright. No, Tifa. Well, yes, Tifa. Ooh, I should transfer cover over to Tifa at this point, because she still needs to work on getting her level 2. Or I could just do this. Ooh, wait, one problem I forgot about Tifa's limit breaks. You can't choose the target. Ah, shit, there goes that second other. Oh, well. Too bad. Oh, fuck, you're right. Oh, God, that is 6 days away, isn't it? Seeing how Halloween is handled during gestures wildly at everything is gonna be interesting. I know I saw this one dude, I think, Minnesota, online, who set up a tube on the handrail up the stairs to his house, like the little 3 or 4 steps that they have landing, basically, right before the front door, that he could slide candy down for kids to get. Because I legitimately feel bad for the kids, because they always look forward to this every year. Hell, I know I did. Alright, now I'm just going to tell you outright, unequip anything unique on Aerith. We'll get her, we'll get to why soon. Gotta get this throat problem checked out. What's up, random Shin Regard? You should probably still leave. Call it a hunch. You know it's a dangerous situation when battle music is playing outside the battles. Also, this is going to be the scene that we could have seen by talking to a guy earlier. Yeah, that's a lot of gunfire. Go for it, Barrett. Hell yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fuck. You alright, Biggs? Wedge. I find it funny. Cloud, you remember my name? Kyle gets his name wrong. I always want to say for some reason he's Wedge, and I don't know why. And I don't think I got that wrong once in the remake, and you know what? It's because they had fucking character. And screen time. Worth a damn, now that I think about it. Alright, so the reason I took the equipment off of Aerith is she's not going to be in our party for this next section and boss fight. She is going to be getting Marlene the hell out of Sector 7. Oh, I want to see what's down there, though. This guy is I believe, just the item shop? Yep. Ooh, now I can buy hypers. No, not that many. 5 should be good. Also, wait, dude, why are you grabbing your dick? That's Wedge. No, that's Biggs. Son of a fucking... Wedge is the one that people want to fuck in the remake. Biggs is the one voiced by the druggie from Breaking Bad in the remake. Let's put... actually, let's put the mithril bangle on Tifa. Because that means I can put cover on her to work on her limit break. Now you see, Bun Bun. Wait, are you being legitimate? Because it was an AMC show that was super popular. That was sort of the Game of Thrones in terms of big adult show popularity before Game of Thrones, although I think Game of Thrones started during its run, during Breaking Bad's run, if I'm recalling correctly. It's pretty good. I've only watched the first 2.5 seasons. I'm more invested myself in its spin-off on AMC, Better Call Saul, which is a prequel starring a fan favorite character from the original show. Yeah, it's the show about meth. Yeah, it did have a better ending. Also, hi, Death. I hope you're doing well tonight. Just started Season 4 Better Call Saul. Oh, dude, it's so good. I'm up to date on the show completely. I won't say shit, but I think you'll enjoy it. You don't retain information? That's a mood. Oh, God, I always forget there's random battles here for some reason. And these are the Helitroopers. These guys are annoying. For one major reason, they have an in-air and on-ground variant. That depends on whether or not they start that way in the middle of battle anyway, or if you hit them enough. And I believe, I forget which phase it's in, I think it's when they're in midair. Their evasion to physical attacks is ridiculous. I mean, hey, I've been that way about some shows. Namely, certain anime, I'll just be like, oh shit, that's right, that's on Netflix now. With that said, I am still far behind on a lot of shit. There's a reason I limit my shows now to at least how many new ones I watch every couple of years. Because I watched Arrow, but all the way from like season 3 to the end. I'm still watching The Flash, and I'm watching Better Call Saul, and that's it now. Because other ones have ended. I need to find a new one. I'm not like my parents who can just pick up and drop a show and move on from one to the next, though. Because, like, my parents are now watching that, early 2000s Jim Henson sci-fi show, Farscape. And it looks alright. I just have other priorities. Oh, you were in the middle of that 70s show when it got taken off Netflix. That's a shame. Don't get me wrong, I'm one of the people that thinks the last 2 seasons of that 70s show aren't that worth it. But everything before those is just absolutely fantastic. Yeah, Season 5 of Arrow was super strong. Season 1 was great. Season 2 was fantastic. Season 3 had moments. But god damn it, Damien Dark in Season 4 bugged the fuck out of me. And some people would say that's a good written villain. And I think there is some value to that, but not with Damien Dark. Season 6 was alright. I think Arrow still got a solid ending, though. Like, I was kind of impressed with how well it ended. At least compared to shows of its contemporary. Oh, that's right! Damien was on Legends on Season 2, I think, wasn't it? I watched the first season of that, thought it was alright, but I decided to cut the amount of shows I watched down to a limit because of school stuff at the time. Oh, you know what other show I watched a lot during the last couple years that ended around that time too? I watched Gotham from its premiere to its finale. That show was not good, but it was batshit insane, and I was there for every moment of that insanity. Alright, I'm thankful they give you a chance to fully equip Barrett here, by the way, because I know certain other games that wouldn't have done this. Ooh, I should... Lightning, fire, and ice. Yeah, that works, that works. Yeah, like, you stopped at the point where my dad was like, I want to stop now, but since I know you're going to keep watching, I'll keep watching with you. Because that was the season that had Galavan, wasn't it? Honestly, Penguin was like... the Penguin and Riddler throughout that show were some of the few reasons I kept watching, because I liked their performances a lot. I was also kind of into how they did Bruce, but he was super... half and half. Like, half the time he was fantastic, half the time he was super annoying. Oh boy. Alright, so here's the mechanic for Reno. He uses the pyramid attack. If a character is under pyramid, they are counted as knocked out of the battle, not present. So if you get pyramid on all 3 characters, that's a game over. With that said, just a simple physical attack will take out pyramid no problem. It's because of that, I'd say Reno is probably the first boss that can actively cause some problems for people. With that said, he's nothing too bad. If you can get cross-slash on, potentially even get stop to stick, he won't stand much of a chance. Alright, that's going on Barrett by the looks. Oh yeah, the fucking Bruce clone that ended up going basically nowhere. There were 2 Jokers on that show. That's going for Tifa. I don't think Reno actively casts Pyramid on the same person twice in a row. I think he always goes in like down a list in the party, like slot 1, slot 2, slot 3. Check if slot 1 is not have it, then that. God, they buffed the hell out of that limit break in the remake. Because it did a shitload more damage relative to your level. No, actually, I don't think Bolt will do more damage to him now I think about it. Oh shit, I didn't have Cloud attack that. Cloud, do the thing. You know what? I'm curious if this doesn't... Oh, I had Barrett attack himself. Okay. I'm curious if you have anything to steal. I know he does later on. Nothing to steal. In fact, the Turks later on, their steals are very important. I might be technically underleveled. Oh, no, he's gone. Where are your eyebrows? Oh, but no, they're there. I don't think I ever noticed that. They just don't show up on the geometry right. Okay. Damn. Pixel Perfect changes things. I almost forgot you can control this for a second there. It's a time bomb. Alright, I don't know what I can do aside from stabbing the controls. Ooh, the Turks theme, yes. This is Sung. He's the leader of the Turks. And for years, I misinterpreted his hair as something it's not. Mind you, I also thought as a kid that he was like in his 50s, when he's supposed to be like in his mid to late 20s, I think? Oh shit, Aerith's up there. Sung is one of the few characters I feel that got outright better in the compilation stuff. Because in 7, he's just kind of the boss of the Turks. Barring maybe 2 particular character moments. Like, that slap is very out of character for him in anything else in this series. I would say catch up, but wait until the next season. Because COVID did actively fuck with them. But not in the way you'd think. They couldn't finish filming the last, like, 2 episodes. So they're starting off the next season with what they were originally going to end off next season with. And I'm also wondering how they're gonna handle Ralph, the elongated man in that, because all that he was fired off the show for some shit he said. I'm thinking they're probably just gonna keep the character around, but have him get into some risky business, so he has to change his face. I think Flash has had a lot of good moments along the way. I think Season 1 is great, Season 2 is great. Season 3 was a bit tired. Season 4 was pretty good, barring some annoyances with the main enemy. Was the last season Season 5 or was that Season 6? And then Countless died. Zoom was a great season, yeah. Let's see, Season 5. Alright, Season 5, I can see a lot of people not liking. Because that's the one that deals with a plotline they hint to through most of Season 4, especially during the crossover, where this one character keeps showing up and you're like, oh, it's probably this, and it turns out to be that. It had a lot of just, please talk to each other better. My biggest problem with The Flash is it's very guilty of something that I think Arrow got really guilty of during its last 3 seasons. Where the characters just stop interacting with each other the way they usually do for the sake of the show to have a plot line. They act as idiots out of nowhere. And don't get me wrong, people aren't 100% rational in real life either. But there's still a moment of, this isn't like you. I liked Season 6 a lot myself. But honestly, the CW verse has become a thing of, it's really not going to be for everyone. A lot of it's just reusing the same sort of tones. Although, from what I heard, Legends got really good. Because apparently they stopped being super serious with the "we are Rip and the Legends" and started being more of like almost a Suicide Squad-esque movie now, or a TV series now, in terms of like the tone it's trying to hit. And that alone makes me want to catch up for it, because I'm all for super crazy shit. Like there's that clip that gets passed around a lot of Gorilla Grodd breaking into a room and being, "President Obama, it'll almost be an honor to kill you." And just like, what? Also, yeah, thousands just died, and Barrett is having an understandable reaction given that his daughter is in there potentially, as are all of his friends from Avalanche. This is a really good scene. People get on the 7 cast after they showed up in 7 for being more or less flanderized versions of themselves, and I can honestly agree with all of that, But I think the 7 remake, I was genuinely surprised by how well they hit the character notes as well as they did in the original game. Because when this scene happens late into the remake, Barrett is fucking distraught as shit. Still, the only consolation I guess we might be able to give Barrett in some way is that they were already probably dead by the time the plate fell. So they at least didn't have to deal with that. Also, I think this makes 7 potentially have the highest body count from the get-go. Because Final Fantasies always have some form of body count. The only games... I think the games that have the highest are probably 6 in the latter half. In concept, though, in execution, very few NPCs change. Let alone towns. 7 here, in terms of known casualties, we just had a lot. But in terms of potential, so many more. 8 has a couple. 9 has quite a few. 10 has quite a few. I don't know about 11. 12 is Star Wars. 13 doesn't... No one cares. 14 has... Yeah, right. 14 has no body count. Where's the blood? Although I actually... When Anthem and I were doing dailies today, I did bring up when we were doing MSQ... The Castrum and Praetorium combined have potentially one of the highest body counts in the entire franchise. Let alone because of all the people you take out going just through Castrum. Praetorium fucking exploding due to Ultima kills God knows how many. Let alone the Dragon Song War, the Domo Rebellion, anything in Shadowbringers. Either way, Cloud is leaving right now because he thinks we should check Aerith's house, because that's the only lead we have as to what could have happened to her if she got here anyway. Though a very bizarre choice of gameplay here is that if you check your party for right now, Cloud's alone. Oh shit, oh fuck, this hasn't happened to me in years. Don't be Hell House, don't be Hell House, don't be Hell House. Thank you, I don't want to deal with this either. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. That was dangerous. If I decided to fight that was a probable death. And now we have them back in our party. Did you need to have that happen? You couldn't have just had this be an automatic walk sequence? Another mysterious white text over black background flashback. Clyde has a lot of those. He's probably just got some trauma. And there's that name again, Sephiroth. What do you mean that's one of the most iconic names in the franchise? It's weird how the game stutters sometimes when floating a battle, by the way. Oh shit, you can get a pincer attack on this thing? I did not know that. I don't think I've ever seen this. Mind you, I'm also only ever on this screen maybe 4 or 5 times total through the game. Alright, so I have a plan. It is a clever plan. Cross slash after it turns around. It didn't turn around. Oh dear. Well, cross slash will still do enough damage probably. I'll be real, I completely forgot looking at Tifa's battle model. It's only like in the concept art and in her battle model, and then never used, I think, even some of the other versions of this design of her. But Tifa's hair has like a weird Y-shaped split at the end, and I don't even think the remake brought that into effect. Mind you, her hair is also like stupid long in the original 7. Like it's down past her ass. This is the correct way, actually. I was like, wait, this is the wrong way. No, it's not. Alright, I forgot to do this earlier. Or wait, no, I think... I need to look at something real quick. Because my brain is saying that upon getting party member number 5, they join with a cure and a fire materia. But I can't remember if I'm right about that. Let me squeeze through YouTube playlist real quick. God, I love this game's drum samples. I love this game's soundtrack so fucking much. Alright, am I right? Does he join with, No, he only joins with a fire materia. In that case, I will buy a third one, because I don't remember finding another one anywhere else in the game. Oh, yeah, I should probably go over statuses. Strength influences your attack and attack percentage. Dexterity, I believe, is speed in this case. Vitality is your HP, I believe. Magic is your magic attack and such. I think also influence magic defense. Spirits, I believe, is also magic. I actually can't remember. Luck, I just know it's for critical hits. I think Dex is your speed stat and influences how high or how fast your turn gauge fills up outside of the other elements of it, barring like battle speed. I think. By the way, now the drawer is empty. If we talk to the kid, he gives us a turbo ether for not taking the 5 gil earlier. How the fuck this kid manages to buy a full MP restorative item for 5 gil? I don't know what kind of back alley dealer you have, kid, but can you link me to them? Because, that's the good shit. Actually, what are the people saying around here now? I don't think I've ever actively talked to anyone around here during this. Yeah, you're still non-reactive. I'd say either wait for the collection at the end of the day when it's done, although that could not be until like 2024 at this rate. Or at least wait until you have the PS5 if you're getting one yourself, Death. Because I love the game, but if you're going for the Platinum Trophy especially, you have to replay through those chapters so much to a point that the loading times can become super annoying, so the SSD on the PS5 alone will make that so much more bearable. Yeah, we'll go for a little bit longer. We're nearing the end of the stream, but I figured, yeah, let's just do this whole scene of sections first. We'll rate them. And by the way, this is Aerith's theme. I love this song. With that said, and I'm wondering if it's going to happen on when I upload this stream when it's done. Yeah, I'm assuming that's going to be like $90 for a full collection. There is a frequent copyright fraud thing on YouTube. I know, right? It's strange to hear. Where someone claims this is part of a lullaby thing that sounds almost nothing like it. It happened in my LP, and I've seen it happen to like 2 or 3 other smaller time LPers. And I swear to God, if it happens to this too, I'm not going to care because I don't monetize my shit, but I'm going to be annoyed. Here's the thing about Elmyra, though. She is not Aerith's birth mother. She was her adoptive mother as of about 15 years ago because her husband, Elmyra's husband, was out at war at the time. Wutai, in particular. Which we'll actually get to explore later on. This entire Wutai war is explained a bit more in Crisis Core, in that you actively get to see the final events of it. Because the main character of Crisis Core is actively involved in that. But during the war, she would frequently check out the train in Sector 7 to see if her husband was coming home. Because, you know, sometimes leaves happen randomly, sometimes your regiment's over and you get sent home for a break for a little bit. And return, people did. But not her husband. Getting a little bit ahead of the dialogue here, of course, but I talk at a fast pace, as any of my friends would know. Sometimes I like fast forward button on a VCR. To an extent, something I've always wanted to try to do is try to memorize the super fast portion of Rap God, just to stun the fuck out of someone. But then I realized that means I have not only have to memorize lyrics, I have to memorize lyrics to a song that I think is okay at best. But one day, when Elmyra still continued to check for her husband, this happened. She found a mother, probably in the last throes of her life, and a crying daughter. Bun, aren't you lactose intolerant? Or am I confusing you with one of the other 8 other people I know that are lactose intolerant for some reason? And Elmyra adopted Aerith, and they became close pretty damn quickly. I thought you were. Make ramen. But from a young age, Aerith was always a little bit different. Saying things that people normally wouldn't say, like returning to the planet and shit. And even saying that the ghosts of people you love tried to come and say hi, but nope. But the reason for that is her husband died. And that was the end of that. And that's when she definitely knew something was weird about Aerith. Although the Turk showing up to be like, yo, we're taking your kid, probably would help with that statement and realization as well. Shinra believes that ancients like Aerith and her mother, Elmira, or her other mother, she has a name, but I'm not going to say it until the game actually says that, although it's not important to lore at all, really. Outside of, I think, meaning something in the language of the ancients or some shit. So they want to have Aerith help the Shinra Foundation. She ain't about to help people who kept her prisoner. Plus, she's a kid. So they kind of just let Aerith be for some reason? I guess they always had her under surveillance. And if they needed her for something, they would probably just try and drag her away. But they let her stay with Elmira for some reason. I guess for more of a thing of maybe she'll end up being more cooperative through nurture rather than through proper nurturing rather than forced, you're our experiment kind of nurturing. But the best news from this, Marlene is safe. Aerith got her here before Sector 7 collapsed. The timeline of that's always been a bit weird to me, but the older I've gotten, the more I realized Sung probably found Aerith on the way to Sector 7, or the 7th Heaven, and she probably struck a deal with him to be like, I'll go with you if we can get this kid out of here. At least that's what would happen with modern Sung. 7 Sung is, again, very odd. Because he's legitimately one of like the 2 or 3 characters that became better in everything else. And me going this hard about character growths in this series tells you how much I fucking played these games. It's not your fault, Tifa. I kind of wish the music kept playing. That's adorable. If there was anything I'm glad the remake did, Barrett has such adorable dad energy for so much of the game. I love him in the remake. Yo, Cast Cola, thanks for the follow. Hope you're having a great night. Oh shit, I wasn't paying attention. Nah. Actually, wait, I think I chose the right answer there anyway. Because I believe that as a relationship mechanics question. I think if you say what I said, Tifa gains points, Aerith loses the same amount of points. And I believe if you answer the opposite way, it's the flip. Tifa loses points, Aerith loses points. So I'm assuming I picked the right thing for me. So, hell yeah. You don't have milk or ice cream, but you can't have nut cheese. It's not possible. Man, y'all lactose intolerant people are just drawn to saying to tell your body to fuck itself, aren't you? I mean, I know the feeling. As a shellfish allergy person, I see shrimp and sometimes I'm just like, I wanna eat it. Hell yeah, we're going after Aerith. Jesus Christ, were you rolling down the stairs, Barrett? Either way, we're gonna have Barrett Barrett come with us. But Marlene's gonna be staying with Elmira. In fact, she stays with her the rest of the game. And I believe if you come back here intermittently, once you regain access to Midgar after we leave it eventually, You can just talk to her for some random flavor text that I've only ever seen maybe twice. But we need to head to Wall Market to find anything of interest. Yeah, you know what? We'll go for a little bit longer still. I have a definitive endpoint in mind. It is the next major save point, which is going to be right outside the next major section. I think this song's called Under That Rotting Pizza, by the way. And I love it. I love that name. You know, I just realized me forgetting to do the upgrades earlier before the Don Corneo segment is actually kind of a blessing in disguise. Because I was, because that means I didn't buy the Aerith weapon that was there. Meaning I don't have to buy it now that I'm going back for the items back in Wall Market. I should note there is a method to cheese Tifa slots, in that I believe the game always chooses the option on the slots after the one you're on when you pause the game. So if you just mash the pause button, you can just stop it to when you want it to be. Especially once her slots start getting more complicated. Because the further along in her slots you get, the more misses that show up on each reel. And the less yas and hits. Meaning it gets much harder and harder and harder to keep the chain going. In a way, I really should have Fire on Cloud. Because Cloud has, I think, the best magic stat in the game. Whereas Barret, I think, has the worst? Most of the characters are pretty equivalent in that manner. I think the only outright ranked ones are Cloud, Aerith, and... Super creepy fangirl magnet C later on have natively higher ones. I think. I did all that research for the LP, and I can't remember any of it off the top of my head right now. Goodbye, As de Julho 7. Be gone, bot! If I ever get a stream deck, remind me to make one of the sounds I make for it, just me screaming that. Oh, right, you can also come... I forgot to get this earlier. You can get the Sense Materia here. That gives you the Sense ability, which is the Libra spell from other Final Fantasies, which allows you to see the stats and weaknesses, or at least like the HP, MP, and weaknesses of a enemy. It's good for newcomers. I don't like it myself, but I'm also far from a newcomer for this game. In fact, barring speedrunners, I'm probably one of the furthest from a newcomer in this game. Despite my fuck-up earlier. I think this might be playthrough 20 of this game I've done, maybe? It's definitely getting near that, at least. Also, weird little thing. This item shop is not an item shop. There is nothing you can buy here. Oh! Ba ba ba. Yeah, da 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 da. Actually, what do you sell? I don't think I've ever talked this guy as a materia. He's got things. Those are definitely things. I definitely want to buy a second one of those. We'll put that on Tifa. Yeah, because I want Bolt and Steel on you. All right. So our main goal here is actually in the gun shop, the weapons store rather, for two reasons. One, I need to get this for Tifa, and two more of these. Alright, now everyone's up to snuff. But the big thing I want to do is talk to this guy over here. Because this guy, when the plate fell, a whole bunch of shit in sectors 8 and 6, where we are, got jostled loose from the plate. And this guy found some batteries. So we can get 3 batteries for 300 gil. You need these. Well, you need 2 of them, technically, but you can only buy the pack of 3. Also, I should note, in the case that you got picked by Don Corneo, unlike me accidentally, now is the point to go back into Don Corneo's mansion and get that Phoenix down I grabbed. And we can climb this wire, which leads up to the upper plate. Got jostled loose. I think this is supposed to be one of the cables that connects the plates together. It's a wire. Now, I like your optimism, Barrett. I love this song that's about to play. This only plays at like 2 or 3 points in the game from memory, maybe 4. But goddamn, is it hype. Also, Cloud climbs ladders and wires and anything else climbable in the game super slowly. Da, da, da. Goddamn, Sector 7's fucked up. Oh, I hear my doom in the distance. Bop. Alright, so the reason we got the batteries is there are 3 slots throughout this entire vertical segment that you need to place them. Only 2 of which you need to actively place, and they activate something from around the area to make a path. For instance, this one will rotate around in a circle and circle. I'm assuming this is supposed to be a ventilation fan of some sort. And make a path for us to climb onto that broken train rail on the top, or on the mid part of the screen. This one will take this. How is this thing staying up? Alright, so what you have to do in this portion, which I'm going to actively ignore for a second, is time jumping onto that swinging wire. And the timing for that can be a bit evasive. Where you have to jump on it is when the wire actively makes a sound. Because then, well, that's your cue. There we go. I love that sound effect there. I don't know why. Also, this segment radically expanded in the remake. This is an entire chapter in and of itself. With that said, it's really cool. With a heavily improved boss fight from its incarnation in this game. And quite conveniently, that vertical climb brought us right to the footholds of Shinra HQ. This is also one of the few cutscenes in the game where Cloud actively has his Buster Sword out, and I can tell it's because this is supposed to be the box art. Good on you for trying, you adorable little game. Ba 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 ba. Still, actually, you know what? I have a thing I can do here. You have an option of which way you want to sneak in to Shinra HQ. Either you can actually sneak in, or you can just go balls to the walls insane and bust right in. I'll be real, busting on in is the right option. But the last thing I'll do this stream is show the sneak route. Although I think no matter what you choose, you can technically choose either route. Yes, you can. Still, I want to show this off, so I might as well show the proper dialogue and all that. To sneak in, we want to go through this back route here. Now, this is the painful parts. The back way is a stairwell. 60 flights. They make you climb all 59 floors, technically. I've counted. And the way they handle this segment in the remake is pretty funny. I'm not going to spoil it for anyone who wants to play that game, because that's something that needs to be seen. Though I would recommend doing that on the second run through the chapters, just to avoid some combat. With that said, remember how I cringed really bad when a certain word got said earlier in the game? It happens again here. There are some benefits to doing this. You get to avoid some combat if you're that kind of player. There's also a couple items you can grab along the way. Though there is one more item way later in the game, if you come back down here during the second time we get to visit Shinra HQ, which I'll note isn't until the end of Disc 2. Gameplay! God, I can't imagine climbing this many stairs in a row. God, even Tifa has to take a break. Holy shit. And she's the most fit member of the team. Well, naturally fit, because Cloud has a bit of super stuff going on, but that's neither here nor there. Oh god, Barrett got lost in the stairs there. No! Barrett! I do like most of the dialogue along this. Because it's the right amount of, like, humor versus, oh fuck, I'm dying. There's the only item we can get. An elixir. Which, to be fair, that is, I think, the earliest you can get an elixir in the game. But I find the stuff you can get by going through the front door more useful anyway. Hey, Baron, if you want to go back, you're welcome to roll down the stairs yourself. God damn. I still don't know what that dialogue was for. Like, did she realize we could see up her skirt while we were running or something? She look down and have some heebie-jeebies? That dialogue never made sense to me. Yeah, they did make this building needlessly tall, though. It is iconic. I think my first 2 playthroughs I did this. And looking back, I'm an insane person for doing that, by the way. How many... oh, there it is. There's the word. Ugh. I don't like it. She doesn't say that in the remake, though she does call him a dumbass, more or less, for acting like he's about to die. Which, in all fairness, going up this many stairs in a row, you could probably die. If not from oxygen deficiency, if anything else. Shit's a tall road. We're finally there. Bombing mission plays again. And space-time rewind. We never did that at all. Let's bust on in. But I think with that, that's where I'm going to call the stream. 4.5 hours. It's actually a bit longer than usual for me to get here. I'm usually here within like 3.5 hours. But I'd say that's a solid enough start to a stream. So I'd like to thank y'all for watching. Bun, Death, thanks for dropping by. Quick play if you're still lurking around. Hope you're having a great night yourself. Anyone else who's been lurking around and just not talking? I hope you're having a great night as well and continue to have one. With that, I'd like to thank y'all for watching, and let's find us a raid target. Shit, the person I was thinking of raiding went offline. God damn it, Reesh. In that case, we're going to raid... ooh. I'm gonna roll a number between 1 and 3. 2. All right, that means we are raiding Dan the Enigma. He is currently playing Demon's Crest, the 3rd Gargoyles Quest game. And yeah, as I said before, I hope you all have a fantastic night and take care. Next stream will be on Saturday where we continue this. See you guys then.